Hi, welcome back.
Go ahead and do the recap.
I knew you were going to say that because I knew
that's
you
your
knew that I was
punishment.
going to say that. So, welcome back. Today we are going to be in the city. Well, maybe, hopefully.
This is a recap, not saying what's going to happen, what has happened.
Yeah, so we
You
started
failed
out,
already.
We started out back on with the professor, and he was like, here, have some potions. And we took the potions, and then Glow came back, which is kind of cool, and he said, here, have some boons, guys, but not for you, or for you, or for you.
Yeah.
And then we all got cool boons, and then we all went to bed after feeling pretty good, and then we got up and we walked and talked, and that's about it.
I don't think we went
We
to bed.
didn't go to bed.
Oh, yeah, we went to bed, and then we walked and talked.
Didn't actually go to bed.
Yeah, we
Yeah.
didn't
We
really
were
go.
in bed for a total of like an hour.
Yeah, we,
That happened before.
went to bed. Yeah. I slept for like an hour. I don't know about you guys.
Oh yeah.
That's what I'm talking about.
Pork chop sandwiches.
My favorite. 19. Now what? What happened? What happened?
I don't understand.
Sam, I need a high five.
Wi-Fi?
That's not a Wi-Fi if your hands actually
I know, that's what I was like this.
I would say that's
Yeah, that's a
accurate
near
description.
field communication 5. That's an NFT, right?
I was like,
Go away, Will.
That's my notes.
Just go away.
Yeah, literally. That's all I have.
I'm so proud of that one.
Glow came back.
That was-
and
that
got
was-
You make me go away.
It was unexpectedly good.
so good.
Because you started talking, and it's like, what joke's he gonna make? And it's like, oh, fuck me, that was a good joke.
Alright, well Jeremy, do you mind if I add in a couple other things
Yeah, I do.
that happened? Okay.
No.
I definitely mind. We're gonna move into play.
Okay, cool.
Yeah. Oh shit. That was a perfect recap. Don't even.
So, you guys can do a little RP if you want before you make it to the town.
Can we just roll dice already?
Can we just roll dice already?
And you're dead.
What's new?
Yeah, roll 4d6.
Wait, encounter?
Oh no, drop the lowest.
How much health do you have?
Matteo shot from the sky.
I'm gonna tell him 12 so that.
Can somebody give me like 8 more d20s?
Oh yeah. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Okay, you take 100 damage.
Okay, I uncanny dodge it.
Got at least.
He has me 3 pounds of dice.
Now what do I take?
Okay, that one's mine. Do you know why, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, it looks like the big one.
This is little brother.
Hopefully that one rolls the way it works. Yeah, hopefully.
No, it rolled like a 19.
Oh no.
So,
Hey, stop.
That's almost too good.
so if you guys don't want to do any actual RP before you get to the town, that's cool. We can jump ahead. You guys did a lot of RP last session
Yeah.
while you were traveling. So, as you guys travel, you crest a small hill, and about a half a mile away, you see the gates to a fairly large city ahead of you. The city looks to be constructed of maybe, for any of the dwarves in the group, from maybe sandstone. The walls seem to be constructed out of sandstone.
So Thorin still has like the words that he interpreted from the angel and said like don't go to the city, so he's gonna slowly like fall back in the group, like not split from it, but he's gonna like you know how it is, like when you're dragging your feet, like you're going someplace but you don't
So
want
is this like an RP thing, or are you forgetting something else the angel said?
What happened?
Like, don't go to the city before you come to us.
to. Yeah,
So is Thorin forgetting the before you come to us part?
more or less, yeah.
Okay. Cool. I'm just checking so I can interpret it correctly.
Yeah.
Okay.
Like he's still gonna do it because that's where the rest of the group's going. He's just like, yeah, I don't like
So
this."
anybody who has a passive perception of 15 or higher notices Thorin and Goatfriend like slowing down.
Oglen does not see this.
I do. Matteo says, hey bud, come on. You slowing down a little bit. Are you tired?
No, like I don't. No, like, cause like I'm not walking, so I'm not tired.
No, well, is your goat friend tired?
Nah, Goat Friend is pretty good at this. It's just like, again, we're not supposed to go to the town?
What?
Well, why do you say that? Of course we're supposed to go to the town. How else are we supposed to get stocked up for the desert?
Yeah. I mean, yeah.
Why do you think we should go to the town?
I mean, isn't that what your friends said?
I don't have too many friends. You have to be more specific.
The glowing ones?
Glow that we talked to last night? And he didn't say anything about the town.
No, those friends which, like, maybe we should name them in the middle of nowhere so that people don't know that you're, like, yeah?
No.
Do the thing with your mind.
What are you talking about?
The angels.
Everybody literally knows.
Well, no, but I'm, like, the town doesn't know, and I think, like...
Oh, you're still pretty far away.
Yeah,
Like
but
a half
I
a
don't know
mile.
who's around or anything like that.
Yeah, we
like, I haven't
don't know.
searched.
We don't know if someone's about to get killed again.
Last chance. Do you want to play?
Save Mr. President.
We were about to be ambushed, weren't we?
Maybe. Yeah, you want to play? Come on.
You're gonna have our guest kill all of us? How brutal.
No, that's
Crazy. Crazy Dirk, don't you remember you said don't go to the city before seeing them? So we already saw them, so it's okay to go to the city now.
Here you go.
Oh, okay, I must have missed that
That's your
part.
character,
Okay.
right? And he'll explain what all of those numbers mean while we're playing and when you need them, okay?
Okay.
The only things you really need to worry about for what's coming up is this stuff and then this stuff.
Gordon, do you want me to grab spell cards?
I think Justin's got. Do you have spell cards, Justin?
I only bring the spells that I have. with me.
Burning Hands and Chromatic Orb.
Gotcha.
Uh-oh.
Actually, Firebolt, Burning Hands, Chromatic Orb, and Ray of Frost.
One of these things is not like the other.
Yeah.
Frost. Well, Chromatic Orb could be a ball of frost.
She casts them all at first level.
Okay.
Because her character is literally super little, like a young person.
Does
So.
someone have a PHP I could borrow so I can figure out what levels those are?
Burning Hands, or Firebolt and Ray of Frost are cantrips. Burning Hands and Chromatic Orb are both first levels.
Okay.
I feel like Chromatic Orb should be second level. It's so good.
Yeah, it's pretty good.
Especially with a sorcerer that can twin it.
Yeah.
Yeah, there you go.
I prefer twin
So read
fireballs.
this part real quick. I kind of give you a description.
Being used.
It's 3d8.
Well, before
3D8.
before we make it
It's so
into town
versatile.
here, let's just remind ourselves that we represent Nigeria in many ways, and we want to try to accomplish the things that we need to do here without making too
I
much
didn't
of
even
a
think to
fuss.
bring mine with me.
To be on our best behavior. Gotcha.
Yeah, we'll try to keep our noses clean while we're in
You
town
said
here.
frostbite?
Hey, Gordon.
No, Ray of Frost.
Ray of Frost.
Since
Through
Matteo
Rose's
by
nose.
trade is an archaeologist, would he have any knowledge of what kind of like
Boogers
stuff we should wear in the desert? Or does he think his leather armor will probably suit him well? Like,
What were the other two?
Burning hands,
Firebolt. And Chromatic Orb.
does he need like a wider brim hat or like his hat's already pretty wide brim, but
I think most people, even if they don't have first-hand experience, would understand like to not wear super heavy things or
Yeah.
metal things.
okay, yeah.
So I think yeah, Matteo and the rest would have an understanding that they probably shouldn't be walking in here wearing like really heavy or thick things that they're gonna sweat to death or just
Yeah.
suffer from heat exhaustion. And
Yeah.
like I think it's only Truegar and Oglen wearing heavy armor right now.
I think so.
No, we already have it on our shop list to fix that.
Yeah, and I think everybody else already has like lighter armors.
Yeah. You got studded leather?
Yeah,
I have star leather. But I have mail in my backpack, which I'm gonna sell.
Man, y'all are better equipped than me. I just got normal leather.
Yeah, all right.
That's the only thing that fit you. I couldn't stud it with visible studs.
They have to get like the mini studs.
So this is the title.
I got mine on Hot Topic.
I need a
How fast
bedazzler.
you can cast it. It's range.
Well, we certainly have plenty of things that we need to accomplish.
Are you
here
using
today, so,
Firebolt on Thorin right now?
is there anything else that we need to prepare for before we make our way into town?
I am using fireballs.
Oglen says
Are you good without it?
through my
I know what
nose.
you're doing.
Yeah, right.
Well, I got trusty number 1 and trusty number 2, so I'm ready.
All right. Now, I guess I'm curious whether folks plan on just moving on through here in one day's time, or should we make
We're definitely spending the night.
spending
Do
the
you know
night?
how long it's been since we've actually got to spend a night in a town without getting disturbed in the middle of the
I'm
night?
double checking what level.
I don't. It feels
Chromatic
like it's
orb
been
is.
many
Let's
years.
double check the
but,
second levels just in case.
I'm sure for you, but for the rest of us, it's been about a month.
Yeah, that's long enough. I'm
Even
eager.
these small bones need a rest.
Hopefully, hopefully this time you guys don't, kill someone's nephew.
Yeah.
It will be good to sleep in a hotel room for once.
I mean, I guess. I like sleeping outside a lot.
It says first level evocation spell.
So, what's the protocol if we run into the wizard guy?
Evandal?
I
Run.
guess.
Yeah.
Run? Okay.
Stay out of his.
Well, he's never seen me before, so.
Yeah, I'd like very much long term to see what we can do to try to encourage him to see us for who we are, but I'm not sure now's the time for
well-
diplomacy.
Glow warned us he's not quite ready to talk to us yet, but in the long run, we may need to try to make an ally out of him.
Okay.
That's what you need. So
No, we need chromatic orb.
No, yeah, chromatic orb. I have burning hands.
Okay.
Or well, he had burning hands. I for some reason thought you brought all of your spell cards with you,
Nah.
so I didn't bring mine with me.
I might have misplaced that one because I cannot find it.
Chromatic orb is
I don't think I've gotten my new spells
120
out
feet,
yet.
3d8.
Imagine having spells.
I don't know.
Couldn't
Let's
be
stop
me.
looking.
I think it's 120
Yeah.
feet, 3d8.
So here's 3 of your spells.
Okay.
So we're gonna have to get you a PHB. Anyone have a PHB she could borrow?
Yeah.
I have one right here.
And I've
I
got.
already have it memorized. So I ain't bring mine.
Can somebody get her to chromatic orb in there, please?
So this is a page handbook.
Brudall have a last name.
Sensation.
Complicated
You and I
stuff
catching
that
these?
I'm aware of most
No.
of the time.
Yeah,
And
okay.
the spells are in the back.
I did not design the last thing. I could probably make one.
His last- He doesn't
It's
need a
okay.
last name.
Yeah.
It's pretty repulsive.
When
I've
I
had a friend
designed
do
him, it
that.
didn't really need to happen
Yeah.
because of his backstory with his family.
Yeah.
I do not like this D&D Beyond built-in dice roller.
I'll probably just take this
That's
whole
always
thing if
roll
we
low.
need her.
Always.
I had the opposite problem. They were constantly rolling high,
Huh.
Or I mean,
like unrealistically high.
Yeah, I'm rolling unrealistically low on this one. All the D8s have been ones.
It's on the same page.
Oh, that's
as
not
the
bad.
Oh, that
burning
happens to me in
hands.
real life. So
So the one with the
when I'm a
page
player,
on
that
it.
happens to me anyway.
Chromatic
Same.
orb, right?
I roll really good as a DM. As a player, not so much.
You've seen me roll as a player
Yeah.
versus roll as a DM, and as a DM, I roll nat 20s every day, all day long.
Yes.
As a player, though, man, that nat 1 is my best friend. Apparently, I am so bad at just punching things with my fists that are 2 feet from me that I miss them completely.
Wow.
Which is probably one of your best spells.
So this city that we're heading up to, Lawrence Gate,
Mhm.
is it's like a large city, right?
Yep.
So high walls, lots of guards, heraldry.
You're still pretty far away that you can't really make out like the guard situation,
Okay.
but based on like just quick looking and guessing, it's like 20 feet, 15, 20 foot tall sandstone walls.
Okay. And Oglen's going to be keeping an
From
eye out.
and from the half a mile or a mile away that you are, they seem really tall. They seem really well cared for. Like you don't see any giant chips or cracks or pieces of them missing.
Not yet.
So as we approach the gate, Oglen's going to
You're not approaching the gate yet,
Well, I mean, as we do, whenever that happens.
so you should hold on to that.
Hold on to that.
Okay. Well, let me know if we pass.
Because as you're traveling, you hear a scream.
Oh, great.
Jinkies! And onto the road runs a young girl, and out of the woods behind her, on horseback, rides a group of 5 or 6, and they just storm past her. And a few seconds later, out of the trees stumble 2 men, and she looks to them as if she knows them, and they both collapse onto the ground. And she's on the ground next to them, and she looks like she's crying. Hey, you have to cry now.
Oh no! Oh no!
No
pressure. You don't have pressure. Okay, so there's the 3 of them, and then there's 5 people that are making their escape.
They're going to the city.
They're going to the
Yeah.
city, so we can't catch them, probably.
You could try.
Yeah, but Oglen's concern is definitely these people that are.
Same with Thorin, I think, yeah.
Okay.
Is there anything distinctive that we would maybe be able to see off them? Like how far away were they? The ones that
Their
were
arms
The
banded.
quickly,
They're like roughly a quarter of a mile from where you are.
If people collapse, do they look like maybe her parents? Or is it too far to tell?
She doesn't seem to be. Dimble's actually had experience of like parents dying and stuff from seeing other people, and some of you have also. It doesn't really. She doesn't seem to be reacting like they're her parents. She's definitely reacting like she knew them, but they're not. You don't think that they're her parents.
Well, we were all hoping for a chance to do something nice for a change, and I think we've got our opportunity here.
So, I need you to read this real quick, okay?
Is there any other things people want to do before we
This part is
begin?
Well, I mean, seeing
our rescue mission here?
seeing them fall on the road, like Thorin is like going to speed back up after pulling back.
Okay.
To try and get them in a timely manner, I suppose.
Okay.
Hey, hark there! What's the matter? What's going on?
She's reading.
She's reading.
Before we interact
Freeze.
with her, Brudall's going to look to the group that's around him and say, before we walk into this place, since we know now that world walkers have made some enemies, why don't we figure out what we're going to say to people while we're here? Because if we tell them we're here to find a wizard in the middle of the desert, they may get a little more curious.
We'd always
Well, let's
lie.
leave the wizard part out and just say we're going to the desert.
Huh?
Why are we going to the desert?
That's
To
fine.
hunt for the flowers.
I'm getting ready to
I like
describe
it.
it right now
We're hunting for
as they
flowers.
get closer.
I mean, I'm just
The
hanging with you
Sandstar.
guys. That's what
So
I'm
as you guys pick up the pace a little bit and you get to her and the two men and they're very clearly younger men, maybe in their mid to late 20s, and they do have swords strapped to their waists. She looks like she's around 15 or 16 years old, and she's got fairly tanned skin, and like her eyes, when she looks up to you, even through the tears, you can see that they're a very bright honey brown. And her hair is very dark brown, almost bordering black.
And her two companions, are they like unconscious or?
They look like they're bleeding out or already dead.
Oglen, do the thing.
Yeah,
do the thing.
Oglen's making his way up. Hello, can I help you? My name's Oglen. I can save these men if that's what you want.
I don't know what I did. I just turned around and it dropped to the ground.
Hey, that's all right. Let's get your friends taken care of here. And so Oglen will run over and lay on hands. These folks.
Before you do that, I would stop you.
Okay.
Wow. Why are you healing? Why are you healing these strangers? She said she didn't know. Why are you going up and healing them?
Well, no,
Maybe
we're gonna
something
let
like
Nimbus
not
sleep off.
as potent in case they're not friendly. I don't know.
Dimble's gonna use scare.
Thorin's gonna use two of his celestial healings, one on each, just to stabilize, I suppose.
Dimble's gonna use spare the dying on one of them.
You hear a whisper on the wind. Yo, this is our guest.
One heals for 7, the other one heals for 11.
Okay, one of them's dead.
Yeah. Womp.
The other one coughs up blood. As he leans forward and he grabs her by her upper arm and says, "Are you hurt?"
No.
Okay, why aren't you crying? That's a bit sus.
It's a bit sus.
And he like falls back, but his hand doesn't let go of her. And it doesn't seem threatening or offensive, but it gives you the impression that he's actually worried for her safety.
Yeah. You're safe now, friend.
He's passed out.
Yeah. I was just talking to the body to comfort it.
Not dead yet.
Not quite yet.
You, on the other hand,
I got these little legs. Didn't make it over quite so fast.
You're the one to talk about little legs.
All right.
So I guess Thorin's gonna get off his goat friend and like inspect the body. So like, because you said one's dead, but he wouldn't know until like I feel like he got closer.
Okay. How is he going to determine that he's dead or not dead?
I guess pulse or like by chest breathing or whatever.
Cool, give me a medicine check.
Okay.
CPR.
I think I have
First
Hey.
aid to the test.
Hey!
Hey, mister.
Hey.
Hey, mister.
Well, while he's doing that, Dimble's gonna go back. So what happened? What's going on?
Mod 12. To see if he's breathing.
He's dead.
Okay.
Oh.
This one's like not good. That one, yeah.
Let's focus on the ones that we can still save.
Yes.
Well, if you're not sure what goes on, what happened? Can you at least start with your name?
You can make it up.
That's a good point. My name's
Pronounce it
Thorin.
however you want. Pronounce it however you want.
You're giving her too much freedom, Gordon.
Oh, not freedom.
Pronounced Shahid.
Aurora
Oh,
Yasin.
There you go.
Laura. Nice.
Alright, okay.
Laura. Nice, simple. A lesson. That's a lesson to say. Let's go with the Laura. So.
Why do I put so much effort into names?
You're just running through the woods. Those other people ran off like they didn't get care of the world. What happened to you? Well,
They stole all your stuff, by the way.
Okay.
What race are they? Because I don't think you said.
She and her two
Yeah.
companions were all human.
Okay.
Humans. Always getting robbed.
Humans.
And you're... Who would have been at the front of your party traveling on the road?
Not me.
That'd have been me.
Roll perception.
25.
You're pretty sure every one of the individuals who came out of the trees around her were also human.
Okay.
Are you like alright? Do you need like water or something? I take one of my water skins and offer it if she needs a
you
drink.
seem kind of in shock. A little lost for words.
Yeah, I am.
Well, it's
I suck at improv.
That's fine.
It's alright.
It's fine.
This is how everyone's first time goes. You don't. No one's.
Except Jeremy, he's good at that.
Yeah, exactly.
Well,
I'm
see,
just-
you'll already do really well if you don't kill this character your first time,
Yeah, that's right.
Jeremy.
That was like
Well,
2 months in.
well, Laura, it's clear that you've been through a lot. I don't know if you were planning on heading into town here, but we might be able to find some help for your friend there.
Oh yeah, I was actually heading into town.
All right. Is this your first time?
Yeah.
What side of the road was she on?
Oh, good question.
From the north side. You're right.
And
From
these
the
are right-handed roads, usually on paths.
What's
Usually,
the
like, the
orientation of
general-
how people travel?
Unspoken
do we drive
rule,
on?
you always
Yeah,
go on the
right.
right.
If you're traveling west and I say the right, she came from the north.
Yeah, but we're talking like if we're traveling on the road, right? Do we ride on the right side of the road, or are we in Europe and ride on the left?
Is Lyeska Europe road rules?
Who cares? As long as you get out of the way of anybody coming from the other direction, I don't think anybody cares where you
Yeah.
ride on the road.
Oglen just
Like,
says,
how much of an inconvenience is that to us?
Yeah, right.
Do we have to
Some of us
cross
ride
the
on the
street,
far
or
left,
is it
some of us
right
ride
on
on the
our
far
right?
right.
Oh, we gotta move about 10 feet over. All right.
Hey,
come
I
on.
pay taxes on both sides of the road.
Like, how
so I'll
guilty
use
do I
both
feel?
sides of
Do
the
I feel
road.
for not stopping without the excuse? Oh, they're on the other side of the road. I couldn't have helped them.
Yeah.
Walk my wolf
So, like-
sideways.
Yeah, right.
I know we're taking them into town, but like, what's the road etiquette for leaving a dead body here?
Well,
Like, don't? Is that how that works?
Are we close enough to town to send the guard out for the body? Would they patrol out this far?
I'm not.
I don't know. I've never been to this
Sure.
place.
Do you have an idea, Laura?
No, I don't.
Well, it's your
Good
friend.
answer.
It's your friend. What should we do with the body? Should we leave it here? Should we take it with us?
We should probably take him inside the gate.
All right.
I'm gonna whisper to Brudall. Do you think it'd be wrong to take the money? Oh wait, they were robbed. Never mind.
They were robbed.
I'm gonna
Remember
put
the line
my
of
fist.
conversation we were having.
Yeah, right.
I'm gonna put my
thinking
fist
about
very
changing
heavily
that.
on Matteo's shoulder and say, "With her right in front of you,
Oh,
yeah,
maybe-
it'd be
maybe
fucking
later,
wrong."
maybe I mean, he
I
doesn't
take his
need it anymore.
loincloth.
He doesn't need
It's
it
like-
anymore.
It's like Skyrim looting.
He's not going to fit
So
in my
this is
mouth.
like
Does
in
someone
character.
mind carrying a dead body
Not
with
just a
them?
random Jeremy moment.
Yeah.
Someone not mind carrying a dead body
Yeah.
with them?
I also only have 37.
Brudall will-
so-
Would Yaroslav?
Brudall will grab the
His
body,
back
throw it
to
on the back
party
of
just
Ember.
members.
And the
Or
passed
anyone.
out one will go with
Truegar.
Truegar.
Or no. Capacity.
I think Truegar's riding like a warhorse. No, not actually a warhorse, but as close as you can get to one.
So once I see Brew do that to Matteo, I'm gonna try to yank Matteo over to me.
Ooh, hello. Hey, what's up?
Not right now.
What?
No conflict between you two.
No, we're not fighting.
Thorin is.
Alright.
We'd be
Brotherly
fighting,
love.
there'd be another body on the back of my wolf.
Do me a favor. Roll
Yeah,
percentile.
let me
Really
go.
in front of her? In front of her.
So percentile dice.
I point to the dead body.
This is the first
Yeah,
number.
too soon, Brudall. Too soon.
This is
Hypocrite.
So if
Ash,
I roll
do you want to
this,
like
if you
share
choose
your
something,
mount with her so that she can like ride?
I think it's safest that I'm alone, considering I'm in the front. I think she should go more towards the back so we can have more eyes on her when we go into the gate.
Well, no one else can fit on this
All
puppy.
right, what
So
about Sano?
where in the group do you guys have her standing or riding?
I think we're trying to decide that.
That's what we're figuring out right now.
So everybody's kind of standing around her talking right now?
Yeah.
Cool. I need everyone to make DC 19 dexterity saving.
Yeah, except for me. I was away from her.
Except for me. Except for me, though. And don't forget, everybody gets +7.
Including her, Gordon.
Plus 7.
Oh,
I got a
Aha!
38.
+7.
All right,
How
do
do
I
we
roll?
get-
I'm rolling the wood desk. It's got
Roll
the
it
sound.
down.
Okay, yeah, I got like a 47. And actually, I just rolled a 19 on the dice, so I
47?
know I definitely passed. No,
Oh, you didn't.
I rolled a 19 on the dice, so I definitely passed.
I got a 39. And
I
I
imagine everyone should pass this because
19.
everybody gets to add Oglen's
You
+5.
got +7.
+7.
I don't even need
You
it,
know what
bro.
+7 you found?
I rolled a 5.
Oh, wow.
Here, we can trade dice.
Wow.
I rolled a 5. Came to 15. I have a plus.
You passed. It's at 15.
I
You
heard
said
you say
19.
19. 19.
You said
I lied.
19. Okay, then yeah, I passed.
Alright.
Let's not talk about I looked at the wrong number on my screen.
Whoops.
I didn't even have to roll. I would have passed from a 1. And I'm a half.
Cool. So if you passed, you take 7 fire damage as
Oh,
she's
no.
standing there and she takes a deep sob and a ball of fire erupts from around her.
No, good thing I have halfling. Rogue evasion. Whew.
7 damage if you pass.
And just a reminder,
Swashbuckler.
whoever has the buff HP
wait,
from
wait.
me, that still is in effect.
Oh, that's right. Thank you.
It wasn't me.
Oh, there, little lass. You gotta rein that in a little bit. Careful.
We had
That's
eight.
rogue. You
Eight
don't get it.
again.
Yeah, so that'll soak up
Just take
almost
the
all of
damage.
it.
You're going into a town.
You're a
Hey,
rogue.
that was neat.
You're a rogue.
I
don't
really
have
would.
to.
I really would not waste evasion on 7 damage.
Evasion is passive. You don't have to waste it.
Yeah.
Yeah, you get unlimited.
It's
use
on
of it.
every deck save. Yeah. You're thinking of
I'm changing
uncanny
that.
dodge.
When she's, this fireball got summoned, did it come out of her, or just, did she make any indication that it was going to happen?
No, it just like happened.
And it just came around her, it wasn't like cast from any angle?
Yep.
Interesting.
Boom. Oh, good thing I put my hat in the way.
Well, there, little lady. You need to get that under control. What was that?
I can't control my power.
You can't control your power.
That's why I'm heading into town. To
Huh.
the training.
So like
It
you're a
seems like-
sorcerer or something?
Yeah, in training.
Brudall is
That's like
going
what
to.
you are, right?
I think
No,
intrigue
I'm
is
like
the
a
key word
warlock.
here. You might need more help than your friends here on the horses.
Brudall is going to aggressively yell towards you and say, "Do you have affiliation with the Lizard Man? No! Do you bring great shame?
Great shame.
No! Not the wizard.
We're not doing this again!"
I mean, like it kind of looks like we are.
Don't worry, demon lizards, they're common in these woods.
Common in this one.
The terrible thing is, I can see Brudall looming over this little girl.
You're the Lizard Man!
You bring great shame, and she's just
Reminds me, it's
roll
like
percentile again.
oh no! It's like that scene from Shrek.
Do you know the Muffin Man?
The Muffin Man.
The muffin, man.
17. So 8 damage if you fail your DC 15 Dexterity saving throw. As she sobs heavily again
No.
at Brudall verbally assaulting her.
I passed. What's that?
I feel like everybody should pass unless you not one. So
How much was it if you passed?
8.
8.
And evasion still? Okay, cool.
So like this seems to be emotional based, so maybe stop yelling at the girl.
I didn't mean it to me, just you be you.
Yeah.
And Brudall will slowly back up.
Yeah,
I mean,
let's,
it's you as long as it doesn't include more.
let's give our new friend here a little space.
Oh.
That's a good idea.
Anyone here not? Well, kind of a had a conundrum here. I wouldn't mind putting you on a horse so we could get into town a little bit quicker, but I had a concern from the horse. You know, I wouldn't want your horse to die out from under you or anything. You know, to damage the horse while you're riding it. You know, that's such a terrible thing when that happens.
She doesn't
Therefore,
have a bow and arrow.
we
or
should
anything.
put him on Bjorn. If Bjorn dies, he'll just be summoned again.
I like that thinking, Ash. Actually, I had a smart thought for once. You okay with that, Oglen?
I'm not sure it's me that we have to convince. Oglen looks down at Bjorn.
Well, as a servant of Alcar to push away those that need the help, I mean...
Wow.
So Dimble is asking if she can ride on Bjorn.
Because they don't want their horses to die.
Before I back away from you, Brudall is going to whisper to you, forgetting that you weren't there. Keep an eye out for a wooden doll.
And Gordon, if we can't put it on Bjorn, we'll give it to Ash, so we know his horse's days are numbered.
So you watch as Bjorn's ears like prick up, and he looks at her, and he looks at you, and he looks back at her. Make me a DC 20 dexterity save.
No, Bjorn, don't you do this. Oh, roll a 4. That's a big
So you guys watch as Bjorn does this look back and forth thing like 3 or 4 times, and then he stops and looks, and you're pretty sure you see him smile, and then you watch as Oglen goes, take 2 damage.
Oh, no!
And Oglen's just like sitting on his ass in front of Bjorn, and Bjorn's like standing next to him.
Graceful as ever, my friend.
Bjorn walks over to the young lady and waits.
Yeah.
The whole time he does not break eye contact with Oglen though.
If you wouldn't mind, I'd appreciate it.
All right, ma'am. We offer you this magical mount.
So,
Thorin's gonna get off his goat friend and be like, "You've still had like a pretty rough time. Do you want to ride goat friend and I can walk? I'm used to walking and stuff."
I appreciate it. But
I would like everyone to be mounted so we can get into town as quickly as possible. But so a little less chance of us having an accident, and for the ones here that need medical help, the quicker we can get to town, the better. And I don't want anyone to lag behind.
we agreed.
Who's on the?
So can I double up with?
What? Well, you can double up with.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Can Oglen double up with me? Is that fun?
Look at them fighting over me.
I don't know. That's a lot of weight.
That's why I'm asking.
Probably not. He'd probably have to ride on one of the horses with him.
Okay, that's what I was just checking.
Which one of them?
Yeah, I'm like, I'm not a dog. There's no way Oglen's fitting up here.
Doesn't matter.
On the
Yeah.
dog.
I think the real. It doesn't matter who they ride with as long as it's somebody with a full
I'm
size
trying with
horse.
I say in my God speak mind message.
Way to flex.
Yeah, right.
She's important. Look in her eyes, and the way that Bjorn reacted to you, I think she's got to be touched by Alcar. Maybe that's why she doesn't remember anything. She recently got warped into this material plane.
That's what I'm thinking also.
Yeah, I'm glad you didn't say that out loud.
Yeah, I didn't want to scare any of the underlings.
Yeah, right.
No, I would have said, no, not again. No more.
So you guys all situated on your mounts and stuff. Okay, so you make it to the gates, and as Oglen expected, there are quite a few guards at the gate. Whoever's in the lead can give me a quick perception roll.
29.
Oh, plenty.
So as Ash surveys the entry gate, which is fairly large, it's like 40 feet across, and maybe that high. Ash counts at least 15 or 20 guards at the gate.
I could easily
Oh,
take one.
What are they dressed like?
They're all actually very well armed and armored.
What kind of armor?
It looks like a mix between plate and leather. It's an armor style you have not seen before.
Okay.
Oh my gosh, they're wearing leather armor.
Wow, take 10 damage.
Wow.
Not again.
Take 10 damage. For real.
Uncanny dodge, 5 damage.
No, this is like soul damage.
Cool. And dodge 20 damage.
You don't actually have to take 10 damage.
What are they
Probably a
armed
good
with?
idea for me to still get out of pencil.
So
Yeah.
it seems to be a combination of scimitars and glaives.
Our
And do
most
they
are.
have shields?
You don't see any shields.
That's the scary part, is he said you don't see any.
Yeah, that's right. They're invisible.
You only see a couple of bows, and they look to be maybe longbows.
What race are they?
They are a mix.
What?
One of the people who are a shorter race can make a perception roll.
Oh, pick me.
No, you can.
You can all make the roll, actually. All of the short people can.
Yeah, you're not short people.
Got no reason.
What is it? Like in history or
Just
something?
perception.
Perception.
19.
12.
Double that 19 right here.
So if you roll 15 or higher, you notice that of the 20 or so guards standing here, not one of them is of a shorter race. They are all humans
Good.
and elves
Tall
and
race.
half-orcs.
That might be a problem.
Literal racists.
It says in the book that everyone loves halflings. I'm not concerned.
Yeah,
There are no halflings there either.
Yeah, I know. I figured because they're short.
So are most of these guards on the ground, or do they have posts outside the gates that can see in?
So they look to be 5 or 6 that are in the gateway, almost like they're the checkpoint, and then you have some guards that are on either side that are watching.
Okay.
If anybody wants to look up, you can do that.
Before I move on, what did you say they were a mix of?
The taller races, humans, elves, and it's an elf. Like they visually don't look like any other elf that you've seen
Are they sea elves?
in a desert.
It's possible.
So humans,
They know of
elves.
boats.
You know what else I know? Matteo's mom.
Yeah.
Humans, elves. What do you consider?
Half-orcs.
What's the frequency of half-orcs?
They're like 2.
Okay.
2 of 20, 10%.
Any full-blooded orcs?
None that you see in this group.
So I got humans, elves, half-orcs. I'm grouping half-elves and elves together because I can't really tell the difference from that. Like the length.
No, you can tell the difference between a half-elf and a full-blooded elf here. Half-elves look like you expect, lighter skin, but these elves look like they've literally spent their entire existence living in the sun.
We should ask what tax bracket they're in.
We're collecting all this demographic.
Middle upper.
On their upward mobility.
Upper middle class.
Hey, Dimble, are you noticing what I'm noticing?
Yeah, having faced some short prejudice before, maybe I was gonna do the talking at the gate, but maybe Ash should, maybe Truegar should do the talking at the gate.
What was your perception roll?
I got like a 28.
Okay, so you did notice that the person who looked to be in command was definitely an elf.
Yeah, well, here's the thing. If
Thorin's
this
being
doesn't work,
uncharacteristically quiet
they're
here,
like,
because he's, like,
we need to
still,
like
he's like,
pull a fast
"You
one,
just told
right?
me not
You have
to,"
a long
so-
cloak. You can get on my
Like,
shoulders,
even after
maybe,
Dimble said,
and
still
then we
like,
can act like we're really tall.
Did they though?
Yeah.
Did they? That's what Thor's like.
Yeah.
Is that really what they meant? I think they just meant don't
We
go
shot
here.
the wrong thing before with an arrow. Thorin doesn't know that, but
The race, you think?
Oh yeah, we should have done that.
Should we explain what our characters look like
You
and
can
such?
keep role playing. I'll play to roll.
Okay.
So, Skylar
So do you guys
Oh,
approach the?
What did the elf look like?
is
So one in
he's a
command that you were
human
talking about?
rogue. So
Well, you assume he's in command because his armor
Yeah.
has some gold decoration on it,
is Ash.
whereas no one else's does.
He's a wood elf ranger.
Thorin again is gonna like hang back towards group, like
Will,
go towards the back, because again he's just
he's
this is giving him bad vibes.
Okay.
I will catch up alongside Truegar. I'll follow behind. Well, Oglen and I'll follow right behind Truegar and.
Yeah, I'm up next to Sano.
I was just
I'm
asking.
gonna actually look back and say, we need to keep the little ones in between us.
He didn't. He wasn't a wood elf, was he? The person in command.
He's a wood elf.
We would have to
He
probably-
has a skin tone that you've never really seen in an elf before.
It's a dark complexion.
But my character just calls Laffy the
He's a sun elf.
Calls him dirt.
No,
Sand elf.
a desert elf.
Desert.
Because sand elf is really close to a derogatory thing that I'm not gonna work with.
Yeah.
What's wrong with
Is
sandals?
Matteo.
You shouldn't wear them with socks. That's for
I'm probably
sure.
your race.
Tell that to.
I wear them to piss people off.
You wear sandals with socks.
Sometimes piss people off.
I hope you stub your toe.
I hope you stub it out.
So the shorter people would be.
And then you do it to the other foot as well.
Yes.
Follow it up.
Well, and I don't want it to be your big toe either. I want it to be the little toe.
Oh
No,
no.
I'm just saying I only do it to piss other people off, like if I hate them. You know what I mean?
And it.
Not like
the
actively.
person in command, do they look like a man or a woman?
Just when I know it irks them.
They look male. I feel like you're doing the census right now, to be honest.
right.
Man.
Yeah.
Collecting
How
all
many
this
people are in their
demographic
household?
I
information.
want to not forget people
Yeah.
that may be important.
They might be
I do.
important.
I almost
If you
forget
decide
all
to
of
play-
them. I feel like these are like 101 things that we normally never do, and I'm finally doing them. It's like, how
Yeah.
many guards are there? Where are they?
Yeah.
Who looks in charge?
Yeah, there
Who
you
looks
go.
important?
What are they armed with? What are they wearing?
Should I run or
What are
should
you
I get in
buying?
their face?
What are you?
It's like all these
So, who's walking up to the, or who is leading the group to
I
the
think
gate?
Dimble told Truegar too.
Yeah, so it'd be me and Truegar in the front.
Those are
Yeah.
stats.
Wait,
I'm-
you would
I'm
be the
right up.
first people to interact with the guards?
That's what we're
You have the
Yes, I believe
half
so.
alive guy.
So as you
As
get, as you guys get
So that
closer,
was
when
the
you're
race
within
that
100 feet or so,
See how your strengths
you
over
very
those,
clearly
yeah,
notice that the
made up
person in
Yeah.
command is an
Or
elf.
has intelligence
The-
is good. so
The
yeah,
ears are
plus
unmistakable. Like I told Ben, his skin complexion
In
is
detail.
extremely dark, almost like burnt sand color. And his armor sets him aside because it has gold adornments.
Definitely in charge.
Knowing this, I'm going to ride up to the front and switch with Brew quickly.
That's feel like you
I'm gonna speed up.
And I allow it.
No,
You
I
said Brew,
allow
not
type
True.
of command.
Ooh, oh, okay.
I'll fall back, but before I do, I'll whisper to Ashranen, just make sure they know that we didn't make this dead body. We found it.
I look at Brew and say, I know what I'm doing. Dismissively.
We didn't.
That's what worries
and then
me.
We found it like this. I swear.
We didn't make this body dead. We found it like this.
And then they hear from behind them, ooh.
So as you get closer, none of them say anything to you. You get the sense that they're very professional about their interactions, and they wait for you to come closer to like the corridor that the 6 or 8 guards on this side of the gate are making. So do you guys keep going?
Yeah.
Well, I'm not asking you. You're not leading the group.
I keep
I'm
going.
asking the people who are riding ahead.
So I'm just saying,
Yeah.
my
And
brain,
continue
my
forward
God
until we're
message.
told to halt.
Okay.
We need all the gold we can.
So as you near,
But even to get in,
the
you
elf
have to raise
steps
around
forward,
as a willful
and he's watching.
owner of
And one of the
Get
humans
this.
steps forward and
fighting
says,
halflings.
"Hold there."
Pull the reins back
Just
on
in
the
case
horse and
we
go
decide.
slow.
You're loaded.
What's your
Even
business
after
here?
you're stacked with a-
Are you guys trying to pawn me
You
off?
can't hear it. You can't hear it. So
And the
God
guy
message.
speak. God speak.
We come to do business, buy, sell, trade. Also pass through. On the way, about a mile back, we came across this lost lass, and these 2 unconscious fellows were hot on the heels of some thieves that got away.
And he looks and he sees Alara and he says, "And she seems out of place among a bunch of well-armed and armored individuals."
She was with the 2 that are slumped on the backs of our mounts, found on the side of the road. So we wish to take her into town and hopefully find her parents.
So he looks. You watch as he like looks, and it's like almost like he's counting. He's like, "Is your first time here?"
Yes.
So, and he looks slowly at the little people,
Thorin's like keeping his head down like he's actively like.
and he says, "So, you're welcome to come in. Your small friends, however, you're gonna have to pay the entry fee for
what?
them.
What is
The,
the entry fee?
The mischief tax."
Okay. Okay.
Double
That's
says that out
fair.
loud. Mischief tax.
What? I think that's kind of fair. You know. How much is it?
It's 50 gold per
Oh
person.
my God! Yeah. Oh my God.
Do you accept Rana as well?
We do not.
Oh
We
my
only
God.
accept gold and
50
silver.
gold.
Do you have Rana conversion inside the city?
Yes,
Okay.
but you can't go in the city unless you pay the fee.
No,
for
no,
that.
I'm just for future reference.
Dimble.
In case I gotta come back, you know.
Where would I?
It's a little like that.
Yeah, I know. But okay.
I'll pay the 100 out front, out of my pocket.
He counts 1, 2. You mean 4? There are 4 of them, so it's 200.
What are the 2 you're talking about?
Well, you have 2 dwarves, a halfling, and a gnome.
No, those guys aren't small.
It's a gnome.
No, they're small.
When has a dwarf ever gotten into mischief? More than so an elf or a normal tall thing?
Well, there used to be a mountain.
I'm only half halfling. Does that count any towards any constellation? You know,
He
the other half of
turns,
me is
he
halfling
turns
as
and
well.
talks to the elf, and the elf looks at you very sternly and then whispers back to him. And he turns to you. I'm sorry, my commander says that it's 100 for you.
God.
He says he just has a feeling
What?
about you.
Let me see the entry fee for these short people. I want to see it, written up. I want to make sure it's.
And they
just
point
you
to
trying
this giant writing on the wall that you cannot read.
Because it's too tall.
What tone are we speaking right now?
They're speaking in like a very garbled common, like a
whatever-
generic human tongue.
Oh, okay.
Basic.
I thought it was gonna be like. Which one is it on the board? I can't read that.
The human looks at you and just rolls his eyes, and he walks over and he slams his hand on the sign next to what you count down as the number, the fifth one down.
And what does it say?
I don't believe you. What does that sign I can't read say?
Yeah, right?
Screw me for looking to explain the situation.
Yeah, it's not
Yeah,
bad.
what language is it written?
You know what the hilarious part is? I expected this.
Oh no. Oh no.
So he wrote number 5.
Number
I'm trying to be a
15.
do-gooder.
That'll be fine.
I'm sure he's got them all written now.
I need to save this.
And
girl
you
and
look,
fight
and this
racial
is like
oppression.
Yeah,
a
that's
giant. It's like a giant paragraph of words. Like it's huge compared to everything else. And he looks at you and he says, "This is exactly what it says." And he rolls his eyes at you again. We consider the shorter species of Lyeska to be troublemakers and mischief managers. As a result of an event that occurred many, many, many years ago, we charge a small person's tax on all small people. This tax is non-negotiable. For citizens of Lawrence Gate, the tax is 5 gold per year, to be paid before a Skellon's Day. For known persons of repute who do not call Lawrence Gate home, the fee is 2 gold per visit to the city. For unknown persons, or persons the guards deem a risk, the fee is 50 gold for the first visit to the city.
You deem us a risk.
Now, right there, it said what? Gnomes are 2 gold and half gnomes are 1, and then halflings are 2. Gnome.
With a K.
Like, somebody that they know
Oh.
but doesn't actually live in
I thought
the
it
city.
said gnome. I couldn't tell.
Alright, let's just pay
Maybe we should
200
start
gold.
charging a stupid people tax too.
I don't know if we could afford that.
It says,
Let's just pay the 200 gold.
how are these deemed risks? And I point to the small ones. And you never define what a small person is in that constitutional law. So, I need to see what you constitute as small people in writing, please. I'm going for
I'm like
Karen.
trying to catch Dimble's
I want
gaze,
to
just
speak
be
to
like,
your manager.
Is there one of those amusement park ride things? Must be this tall. it's a Lawrence Gate.
So he takes in a deep, deep sigh. And before he can say anything, the elf steps forward and looks straight at Ash and says, I decide who is short and who is not short. And in 3 breaths, you're going to be short as well.
Just pay the damn tax. Pay him the 200 gold.
Well, I'm not sure there's need for all that. I'm more than
I
happy.
glare at her. Like, oh.
Him?
Yeah, that's what I meant.
We're more than happy to pay this first tax, because next time we come through, you will know us, and you will know that we are not mischief men.
I don't think we will know you.
Well, I hope to prove you wrong.
We
but-
might have known you.
Well, instead of all these lightly insinuated threats that you're giving us, maybe you could answer a natural, legitimate question of how these people deemed high risk. What behavior do they have that you presented? They presented today that they are high risk just because they're short. It says it right there that the 1 gold each.
I feel like this is fair. Like Thorin's actually being asked, because when you go someplace, your weapons get taken away because they think you're a risk. They don't know us. Please stop
And
arguing.
they have not asked for your weepons.
I know.
Or armor.
How about we
They've
make
asked
this
for-
fair? Each of us pay our 50. Do you guys have the gold to cover that?
I have not enough gold.
How much do you have?
I have never gotten a paycheck from you guys.
Still waiting to get paid.
the paycheck bounced. I only have 37 gold.
To stop him before he reveals how much gold he has, I'm going to pat him and say, I got the money.
Okay.
All right.
So you're paying the full 200, Ash? Or
No,
is
you
this
said just for Matteo.
Just for
Yeah, I
Matteo?
got the 50.
So
You
I
got
got
50. How much do you have? Dirt. I'll cover dirt.
Yeah. Good plan.
Okay.
If we revealed how much gold we had, we'd look like poor people.
But some of you are carrying very, very present weapons, like Truegar's spear and Thorin's staff. So don't forget that you may look like you have more than you actually do.
I look pretty average, but once they turn their back,
There's just like a hobo with like a really shiny staff.
they're like, where did he get this?
The fuck? Who'd you steal that from?
Yeah.
Exactly. You look like troublemakers. Why do we look like troublemakers? I don't know. Your hobo's got a really expensive looking staff.
Yeah.
Where the fuck do you get
It
that?
could have been from anywhere.
You don't even have shoes. How do you afford
So before
that?
you guys walk away, he hands each of the 4 shorter people a token.
Okay.
Oh.
And he says, do you keep that on you at all times? If you're stopped because you're doing something questionable, they're going to ask you to see it. And if you, for some reason, do not have it on your person, you will be arrested.
And
We understand.
in the event that someone were to be arrested, how would we return them to our party?
Well, you would pay the fine or watch their execution, depending on what they did.
Depending on which one of us gets arrested.
Yeah, could have been.
I wonder who he could be talking about.
The elf's eyebrow kind of goes up. And you get the sense that maybe he's thinking he should have charged more.
Thorin's gonna pipe up, just like, excuse me, and I'm sorry, but like, do we have to return these tokens when we leave, or are we to hold on to them?
And he looks,
Because like, I'm not trying to steal if this is something that we have to give back.
he looks at you and he says, if you return the token and it has been unmarked by a guard, you will receive half of what you paid to enter the city back.
Oh, that's good to know.
All right.
Good question.
What a nice incentive. Lose 25 gold when you could pay nothing.
Well, before we make our way, we're trying to find perhaps some medical help for our newfound friends here. Is there a hospital or a clinic you could point us in the direction of?
I'm not a directory.
Well, all right. Thank you for your time. And Oglen begins walking.
And your name was?
So we can write a strongly worded letter.
I never got her name.
We don't give our names out. It protects our families against retribution for enforcing the city's laws.
How can I, if
Lodge a
need be,
complaint, you can tell him, and he points to the elf.
request assistance some sort?
Is there like a trash can nearby?
You ask a guard.
And how do
If
we,
there's any
we
space
just-
between like Ash and Thorin, he's gonna like widen that space, like going with the rest. Like, you know how like one person's like, "Excuse me, I have more questions for this too," and everyone else is like, "No." Like, that's kind of what Thorin's doing, just like,
Gordon, are
this is
there
gonna lead
any
to trouble.
Are there any like trash bins or like piles of just garbage that I can point to? I was gonna tell him that's where the complaints go.
He was doing observational.
They are not. The city
Oh.
actually looks very clean from where you're standing.
All right.
Oh yeah, they should with all the tax money they're taking.
Yeah,
from us.
that's, yeah.
God.
Did you say that in character?
Yeah.
Oh no.
No, he didn't. No, he didn't. He didn't say that in character. Please, please.
Alright, well, we paid our fee. We're ready to go in now.
Some of us were already well going in.
Yes.
Alright, let's
I've
go.
already
We'll
collected
find,
the money.
We'll find stuff on our own, I'm sure. Maybe we'll find someone inside to be helpful to direct us to a healer. We go inside?
You go in the city?
Yeah.
Thorin is very like cautiously like just waiting for them to be like no or something like that.
What are the faces on the guards when the small people pass by? Do they pay them any mind?
You can roll perception at disadvantage.
They're doing like Kamala Harris reactions.
28.
So, at disadvantage, you rolled a 28.
No, this was like, what was that one? I think it was a 13. I can recall last one. 15.
So, the couple of faces that you can make out under their helmets, they don't seem to sneer or make like disgusted faces, but they definitely have like that bad
Smug.
shit's gonna happen face.
Is it like a smug face, would you say?
No, not really.
Thorin is gonna like.
But you get the impression that some of them think that you guys are gonna cause trouble.
Thorin is doing the thing that like children do, where they're trying to like be on their best behavior to like not mess shit up. You know how it is when your mom's like, if nothing happens when we get home, you can have a popsicle, and it's like, oh, okay, I'm gonna, yeah.
I'm gonna give me that popsicle.
Yeah, he's doing that. Like, so that is, I guess, mod 23 on performance, just trying to like. Be
Oh
good.
yeah, they're not even paying attention anymore.
I thought you were.
No, like not just for them, but like for this entire town. Like he's trying to actively like be that good kid. Cause
Okay,
like,
I'm not gonna roll
Be a good boy.
for the entire town.
What's your good boy modifier?
I'm just saying, like
Your
he's-
mom is definitely giving you that ice cream.
Yeah, just like I want to point out, like if there's trouble, he's not trying to be any part of it at all.
Alright, so we walk through the gate. After the load screen, what do we see?
Yeah. Is there a cutscene?
You didn't install the game on a solid state drive, so it's still loading
It's
screen.
still loading.
Oh, we're on the loading screen.
Alright, 10-minute break.
If anybody's got to pee, now's the time.
So, it's an extremely clean city. It's very colorful. You see like awnings and clothes hanging from windows and such. All the buildings seem of similar construction, desert style, flat roofs. They're definitely made of sandstone or plaster. Pick your poison. There are very few wooden buildings in the city.
The ones that are they important, as in terms of their significance?
They look like
in governance?
trash compared to the ones that are
Oh.
wood.
Small people tax. I can't believe that.
If you get your token locked, you're gonna owe Dimble everything.
You know what I'm gonna owe you?
Hey,
I will muzzle you.
I look back at
That
both
reminds
of
me,
you.
Thorin's taking very
Hey,
good care of the
Claire,
token, like he put it in a nice safe pocket.
Okay.
Like
Like,
all
we
by
just
itself,
entered
like one of
the
those
city.
things.
He's already under
Yeah, I'm putting
suspicion
mine.
of troublemaking. You guys start arguing, he's kicked out.
I'm gonna hide mine in my secret pocket in my jacket.
This is like Brudall's dream.
Yeah, right.
He's in a place where they already don't like little people.
Finally, I'm home.
What is that?
That's my washing machine.
Cycle's done. I thought it was a new timer or something. I'm like, doing research.
It's like, I thought you said we didn't have to use that anymore.
Yeah, so I guess we're.
So the streets are pretty busy. Like there's bustling. There seems to be a lot of trade going on.
Okay.
You get the feeling that most of the things around you are actually residential because you don't see like any market stalls or wagons with goods or business signs anywhere. So you get the feeling that you're actually on like a residential area.
Alright.
And there are children playing around, and as you guys enter the city, they stop playing and they come to the fence and they like look at the little people.
I look back.
So this is how it's gonna be.
One of those.
Thorin again is like, are you saying they're behind a fence or something?
Yeah, they're like leaning on like a really shoddy like wooden rail fence.
Alright, when you
Hey,
say
you are-
shoddy, like Thorin's gonna like move farther away from that because if that thing falls down, he's like, that was not me.
Oh, it's like
That was not me.
even on like Thorin, it's only like waist high. It's like what's left of the fence, and
Alright,
the kids are just like sitting on
So
it.
Dimble notices their interest and decides to play into it. It kind of does like a cartwheel towards them.
Yeah,
I
Yes.
remember.
That's
this.
faster.
give me that acrobatics
Richard,
check.
Can I steal your PHP?
Thorin is avoiding any like confrontation. He
For skills,
I have 10 looking.
I'm proficient in, so I get F +4, and then this modifier also, so +1, +7. So 11 plus the dice. So it's a 21.
Okay,
Okay.
22.
let's see how these 4 children react.
Usually max on the dice.
Defeating
The
racism.
one time every one of them rolls high.
Defeating racism. With cartwheels.
They all seem super excited and they don't run away.
Nice.
Hi, dear kids. We're obviously a traveling party.
Now they run away.
I've seen.
It talks. Oh no!
Gonna invite me.
They don't run away. They're watching, waiting for you to do another flip.
We're here with some friends that need a little bit of care. Can you point us in the direction of the nearest healer?
They kind of look at each other, and they're really confused. and then they speak, and you do not have a clue what they're saying.
Oh no! Oh no!
And they're just like looking at you, waiting.
Alrighty then. Have a good day. And I
Now
do
keep in mind, the guards, it was like 5th language communication skills,
Yeah.
right? Like you got like every 4th or 5th word that they said, and there was some repeating going on.
I say in Halfling. I wonder if anyone
I create
speaks
a minor illusion of something that would be on a healer's door that I've seen on shops before.
Like what?
Bandage?
Whatever would, like bandages or what,
That little snake
plus
twirled
sign.
around the stick thing.
whatever in this world would be like
The red
hanging on
cross
the
symbol.
door sign of like a healer.
Caduceus would still be.
Yeah,
here.
just to see if it's still generally used,
Okay.
A staff of Caduceus.
and kind of like do like a, like shrug my shoulders, like, do you know where this is? And pointing to it.
One of them, their eyes gets really big, and they like almost break their neck, nodding their head at you, and they grab you by your sleeve and they drag you as they start running.
All right, come on,
I
come
thought
on,
they're on
come
the
on.
other side of the fence.
All right. They were sitting on the fence.
All right, let's go.
This is a very
I
tiny
thought
We all
I
follow
thought these
you.
kids were caged
Someone
in.
grab the leads for my dog.
Thorin will grab the leads for his dog.
And he drags you like 4 blocks, roughly 4 blocks, and he stops in front of a small building. And in front of the building, you see the symbol that you showed him.
I'm kind of like,
And he holds his hand out.
I hand him the silver.
Okay.
I laugh.
He puts it in his mouth and bites it to see if it bends, and when it doesn't, he starts skipping away.
Get them off the horses, guys, quickly. Let's take them inside.
Oh my god.
You notice that there are a couple of guards looking at you with a little curiosity or concern that you're lugging around a body on an animal.
Yeah, trying to get the
2 bodies, actually.
Like near where we are, or just kind of roaming the street.
So if you all want to do perception rolls.
Me?
doing the red.
Yeah, you can do one too.
So roll a d20.
Ooh. Got a whopping 8.
11.
31.
So your perception is +5.
I figure
So
it's probably
8 plus
illegal
5,
for little people to
18.
even play music around here, so I'm not even gonna break out the loop.
So anyone who rolls 12 or higher.
I got an 11.
You notice that
Yeah.
this is a very well guarded city, and that there might be, for every 6 people, a guard walking around.
Jeez.
And the guards are all very well armed and armored.
Must be a lot of taxes to keep them that well armed.
You can roll.
Well, I
me-
wonder what this whole place is an analogy to.
Yeah.
Inside.
No, these.
What's it an analogy to?
We're gonna call it a
I
wisdom
don't know,
roll.
I
with your
just
proficiency.
asked.
Wisdom +2? Or sorry.
Your wisdom, like whatever your wisdom
Matteo,
mod
you
is.
like
So
to-
plus
Well,
2
I
plus
have a
your proficiency.
question. Another one.
You said guards to townfolk was 6 to 1 or 1 to 6?
For every 6 people, 1 guard.
For every one person, there's 6
Is it a
guards.
That's really weird. I'm gonna do it again.
Literally everyone is employed to be a guard.
It's Switzerland.
This is why I'm not gonna do
It's
this.
a really odd angle.
Oh no,
It is.
it's
I don't
almost
like
like
that
the
at
I keep
Yeah.
wanting to think it's the
It would be a
that
good sense to say that each family has at least one guard in them.
Yeah,
Question real quick.
just about, yeah.
11.
So you get the impression that their town guards might also be their professional militia or army. So you understand that tangling with them wouldn't be the same as tangling with like random guards in a place. That this would be a questionable venture at best to even, you know.
I'd also like to try and make the observation on if I can tell if these professional militia have any other job besides being a professional militia. Do they have miller's jobs? Do they have tanner's jobs? For example, a tanner would have very stained hands.
Are they
as well as
part-time
being
or full-time?
Tell me about them benefits. It's
Yeah.
open enrollment, Gordon.
Roll insight.
Do they get dental
Seriously,
vision?
Anthem's about to give us all up, so.
They get a free dark vision implants.
Yeah.
It'd be a 10.
everybody gangster till Matteo starts speaking
no,
thieves'
I didn't.
cant.
Okay, then you don't know.
Okay.
Question about the guard's armor. Did it look the same as the guards we saw out on post?
Yeah, they're all wearing the same armor.
And does it have any insignias or any markings on it? None.
No.
Does it look very different than...
Is this the armor census now?
I'm trying to get some clues, goddammit!
Give me some clues.
Pardon me for being a curious monkey.
Primate.
But is it to that degree of where it looks very different from what everyone else would wear?
It's certainly extremely different from what you would expect a normal town guard to be wearing. You wouldn't expect an actual town guard to be wearing armor of this quality or carrying weapons of this quality. Just patrolling the city.
Okay.
As we get closer to the clinic, apothecary, whatever you want to call it, I will, in a hushed tone, but not like I'm appearing to hush hush, both to Dimble and Ash and Oglen, I do believe that this town guard is also its standing army.
That's good to know. Don't tussle with the guard.
Yeah.
Noted.
That does complicate things. Perhaps we should have some of you tall folks take the lead on all these interactions.
That's why Thorin has been hanging back the entire time.
Why would they need an attacking force if they're just a god force? Do they expect war often?
They do border. Well, there was a big giant weave in the sky. Weave storm.
They couldn't have done this in just so few moments it took for that to happen. This is years and years of progress.
All I can say is, those short people aren't going to fight themselves.
God, just take 5 million damage, please.
Either way, we don't know why their standing army is also the town guard. We don't know why they're incredibly bigoted against short people. All I can tell you is that if you're going to do actions, do them openly and deliberately.
Yeah.
So I think after this we should go to a local church or temple, some other theological land site.
Why? So they can carry the sword away?
Because they can tell us what happened. Because they keep the town records, you know.
Yeah.
I thought that was the library. Oh, I love
the
libraries.
church has been around.
So you're standing outside of this healer's
We're-
building.
We're wasting time. These people need care. Come on.
Oh yeah.
I was doing this while this was happening.
Well, I mean,
mean,
you've been standing here for like 3 minutes.
They're bleeding out.
I thought I was the one that was holding the door
No,
open.
Mike's dead.
Hey,
Mike's already dead.
hey, short guys, you're with me. Let's just stay out here.
Alara, why don't you go in and get checked too? Maybe they can help you with that thing.
There's an elf magic academy here.
There is.
Yeah.
Is that where you're headed?
Yeah.
Well, okay. Well, they're your friends. Maybe you can at least go in and give the
Okay.
people their
Yeah.
names.
What?
Why do you guys care about names of random people?
Now you have to improv some names.
No, I don't.
George
I'm
Frank.
prepared.
He's gonna have to
Christmas, we're
refer
gonna
to
do a
his
name
list of
generator.
10,000.
I bet myself that you guys wouldn't care about their names, but I made them anyway.
Oh, nice.
What were their names?
Give me your card and I'll write them down.
You were like, oppression! And then we were supposed to be like, yeah, it's alright, I guess.
Drop them off here. Let's go.
Yeah.
We'll come back for you guys in a couple weeks.
They can only come if they carry all the water jugs.
There you go.
Who needs a camel when you have people who you rescued and are willing to lift your stuff for you?
People that owe you a wiki life debt.
Didn't think I had names ready, did you?
Sam, do you know if Breath of the Wild they had the sand seals in it?
I never played it.
Oh, I thought you did.
You could attach yourself to them and they would drag you all over the desert.
Oh, I thought you played.
No, it's one of the Zeldas that I couldn't get into.
Yeah, I hated my weapons breaking every 3 minutes.
Yeah,
too.
that's the reason why I wasn't.
It seems like we can't get into this clinic, if I'm being honest.
That's why I said, hey, let's small folks, let's stand
So-
outside.
So at Dimble's urging, Alara walks up the stairs and would you open the door or knock?
Open the door.
Okay, she opens the door and inside you see a counter with what looks like a human woman standing behind it. And you see some people sitting in chairs around the room. Almost like a waiting room.
I use message. Ash, do you want to go in and talk?
Before I do that, what time of day is it?
It's like midday.
Okay. That just gives me an idea of how many people I should expect to see there.
There's like 6 or 7 sitting in the chairs.
Damn, that's too many. It's too good of a place for these nobodies to charge too much.
What are their names?
Yeah, I want to go by each person individually and introduce myself.
I have it.
You are surprised to see Ash just disappear from existence.
Is there like a spot to tie up mounts outside or no?
No. You do remember you passed the stable when you first entered.
I'm not
Well, once we get these people inside, we were using the mounts to get them here anyways. We'll go back, double back.
Who's bringing the bodies in? Who's volunteering to help?
I have the unconscious
No
one.
short
Okay.
people.
Whoever's horses they want, so I guess you and...
I have the unconscious one.
Oh, can I have the card back? So I can write down the name of your town? Because I don't want to know that to send people
There were
back.
2, right? So
Yeah.
I had the second one.
Yeah.
Which one's the dead one?
I have the dead one.
Brudall's got the dead one.
Oh,
You got the Dimble.
okay. Yeah, I go up to the counter and just I don't have to wait. Is there anyone at this counter?
I mean, like, people waiting. There's a
Like-
person on the other side of the counter.
Like when you go to check in for the doctor?
Yeah, there's somebody there.
What do they look like? What armor are they wearing?
They're not wearing any armor. They're like a human woman.
Oh.
Might be in her 30s.
Okay.
She's wearing a very, very bright dress. It's like yellow.
Other bright colors.
I'm gonna ask, do you speak common? That's the first thing I'm gonna ask.
Her eyebrow like goes up at you, and she says something, and it's just like blah, 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 blah.
What race does she look like?
Human.
What is, should I try Elvish? As do you speak Elvish in Elvish?
She looks at you and goes blah, 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 blah.
These Americans. So, I point to the dead guy on my shoulder, or that I'm carrying. I'm assuming I'm carrying.
How, like, are you standing in the door? Like, can she see out the door?
He went in.
I went in.
Yeah.
Okay, so she can see out. Let's roll perception for her.
Thorin is not standing in the doorway.
Yeah, either I'm out of the way with it.
So she sees that there's an elf, and she starts speaking dwarf, and starts speaking in dwarvish. It's not the exact dwarf. Does Ash speak dwarvish?
Mm-hmm.
It's not like the dwarvish that you learn, but there are a lot of words that you catch.
I would say, oh, you speak Dwarven.
And she says yes.
Okay. I have 2 injured bodies and a young injured woman, and the other 2 are guys. Forgot to mention that part. But they're dying, I'm pretty sure. We healed them, but we don't know what's wrong with them.
One of them is already dead.
Yeah.
Just in case you forgot.
We can ask them.
One is dead, 2 wounded.
2 wounded, 1 death. We can ask what the cause of death was.
So, she looks. It was Brudall carrying one.
I had
Truegar
I had
carrying
the other one.
You had the other one?
I had the dead one, and well, one of them had the other
Okay.
one.
So she walks around and she checks them both. And in Dwarvish, she points to the one Brudall's carrying in Dwarvish. She says it's too late for him. Unless you have 10,000 gold. And she checks the one that you're carrying, and she says, and she asks, how long ago did this happen?
What, it was like 2 hours ago?
Less. Like
Hour?
15, 25 minutes.
Oh. Say about half hour ago.
Okay, so she motions for
Do
you
they
to
know
follow
hours
her
are?
into the back.
Okay, I will follow her, and I'll tell everyone in the party common I'm going to the back with them.
And she has you deposit the body on a bed in a small room.
Okay, I do that.
And she leaves.
With me and him alone in the room? No one...
No, she motions for you to come with her.
Okay.
And as you're walking, she says, you said there was another that was injured?
Yes. and I walk. If she's standing in front, can I walk past her and just show her?
Yeah.
I'll just say, follow me.
She follows you.
I go up to the party, searching for Lauren.
She walked in with you.
Well, I must have not seen her. I have a body on me.
You're too tall.
Though I see her in the.
I was just
waiting
standing
room.
in the lobby, just watching him come back.
Okay. So she checks her, and you really don't understand what she says either when she speaks to you. But she looks at Ash and she says, "Ask her if she hurts anywhere."
Do you hurt anywhere?
Just my soul.
My pride.
No.
Oh, she's not hurt. Never mind.
No, she doesn't hurt anywhere.
Is she cut?
She said she wasn't hurt anywhere. Wait.
I have some scripts from falling on rock.
You don't understand her.
Oh.
You don't
No,
understand.
I
the
got
talking.
this. Don't talk to me outside of the game.
Yeah.
I'm in the zone right now. I understand what I did.
You
wrong.
are not in any.
I understand what I did wrong. What is she wearing? The young girl.
She's wearing like a traveling dress.
More senses.
Are there sleeves and
Yes.
stuff? Can I see her body?
Yes.
Are they cut up?
Yes.
Why would you lie to me?
Why would you lie to me?
I say,
telephone now.
oops, I forgot to look at her. Oops, I forgot to look at her. She's cut up pretty bad.
Okay. So the human looks at you just like.
Can I roll perception to see how much of this I understand in here from outside?
Well,
The
now I
street's
was
pretty
super
loud.
whispering.
Like, it's not a quiet street.
Okay.
And we're managing all the mounts and stuff.
Yeah, so I'm gonna say no.
Okay.
You're preoccupied with what's going on right
This is my
around you.
first time dealing with medical staff.
So she, as she's looking you dead in the eye, she walks over to Alara and starts inspecting her arms and her legs. And she looks at you and says, "These aren't really serious. They're really superficial. We can tend them and make them go away, and there won't be scars, but it's going to be 100 gold."
I look at her and say, never mind, that's just too stupid. How much gold you got?
She just got robbed, so probably none.
You're in the room with me as well?
No, I'm
just
not.
No, we're short.
Okay, well,
No, man.
I'll say to the girl, Lauren, I'll say, wait here. And I go back to the group. I say, psst, Dimble. Wait, you guys can all see me. I'll just come out. Say, hey guys.
Yeah.
So she hasn't been hurt too bad. It's just like minor cuts and wounds and stuff. And they'll often bandage her up and use that non-magic stuff.
No, it was magic.
Oh.
They were going to make sure there were no scars.
Well, it's going to be 100 gold. Do we do it or not?
You'd think they'd have free healthcare with how much they. And I look around.
You spent too much tax money on their standing army.
Scars make for a good story.
And like mechanically, when we use healing stuff, is there scars? I've never thought about that. Like, could we...
It depends on the power
Only
of the
when it's
spell.
an epic
So-
boss fight, do you?
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah.
I've always
I mean,
imagined
Brew's
it
got this-
depending on the power of the spell.
Okay.
If you use a cure wounds, they're definitely, if the wound's really bad, there's definitely going to be a scar.
Okay.
But if you use like a super high level healing spell, there's probably not going to be a scar.
Okay. That
But
makes
with
sense.
white
I mean,
scratches,
Brew's got
which
an
is like a
excellent
minor
scar that looks like a
healing.
sharp.
Just
He
I got a great story, right?
I think they have enough healing in the party if they're just like.
was like, I don't like it, but I like this.
Yeah.
She definitely has like one or two that could scar.
Oh.
Scars. They build character.
Yeah, we don't know this pro. We shouldn't pay for it at all.
Damn.
And
We
what
just
if-
You
got-
heard that.
We just
Your
got,
character heard that.
No, my fingers are.
I don't care. Your character heard that.
That's fine, but only she heard it.
we just got
Matteo
guys
says,
for
"I
getting in
agree."
here.
Yeah, I think that we should focus our efforts on the other fella. Did they say anything about the unconscious one?
They literally just. Put
You get
him
the
in a-
impression they were waiting for somebody to come and check on.
They just put him in a room and let me go out. Or made me come out.
Oh, okay.
Well, here's the thing. If they
No,
do
I
all
know.
the work on him, do we really have to pay him? Because he's already healed up.
Oh yeah, we should probably go and say
I'm pretty sure that would fall under mischief.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying.
So
Well,
I go
he
in,
attacks for it.
ignoring them. It's like, he doesn't have any money, and we don't know him at all. How much is the guy I brought in earlier's cost going to be?
Is that in character? Are you asking that?
Yeah, yeah.
I missed that part. So she looks at you and she looks back and she's like, I don't know. I'm waiting for the healer to come and check on him because he didn't seem dead or near death. Whoever tended to him right away did a pretty good job of, stopping the bleeding, stopping the death.
How long do you think that'll be the wait?
Just a few minutes. He's taking care of someone right now.
All right. I go back outside. I mean, they don't know. Why do I keep pressing them?
Why do you keep walking in and out?
Because everyone's outside. How am I going to convey information to the person inside without going inside when everyone knows it's outside?
Hey, people that I can talk to with my mind.
I want to tell everyone. I'm trying to be democratic about this process.
You're the second in command right now. When he comes out again, Dimble's like, you're second in command right now. You heard that in there. You're the one with the height, unfortunately, right now. Just deal with it and get it done. So
I was going to tell you what
happened.
happened. I was going to tell you what to... Hey, you shut up, small person. It's my
Oh, that is it.
Oh, somebody's going to get their token taken.
Attitude is infectious.
But I say it jokingly, I don't say mean.
Okay.
Yeah, we
So I say I had a bromance.
Yeah.
Does Ash go back inside again?
No, I tell Dimble, I only do this because no one else wants to come inside with me.
We don't need to. Just take care of it so we can go do what we need to do.
Yeah,
We did the Good Samaritan thing. We brought them to a healer.
This compassion
I
of
feel our act
mine
is done. Let's move on.
driving me to pee.
Alex,
Yeah.
roll me percentile, please.
Oh no, another explosion? No!
I cast.
Are these ones?
Yes.
Yep.
Oh.
61?
Okay. She's not super stressed, so you guys are okay.
Alright.
She's maintaining composure.
Gordon.
Stay calm! Stay calm! Well, all four of you just had your tokens marked. And you were all just arrested for blowing up a clinic.
Oh no.
Terrorists from the Alkarian Empire.
Accidental.
That is not a plot I thought I was going to have to explore.
It's a bad look.
So I would go back inside. It's the last time.
Yeah.
She's standing at the counter and she holds her hands up. Stop.
All I do is motion for Lauren to come over.
She looks at you and she says, "What is his name? Where is he from?
The unconscious guy?
We will take care of sending for his care to be covered in payment."
The
We do
alive
this.
one?
Well, she's not asking you because you don't understand what she's saying.
Oh.
She's asking Ash, who's going to ask you.
Okay.
Is he going to ask her though?
I don't know. We'll
Well, I'm
see.
not going to ask her. I'm just going to be like, let's get out of here. No.
That's it.
Oh, I turned up my
He's
fingers
giving
up.
us
I guess
everything.
I
What's
can
his
do that.
name? I don't know.
We just...
I already told her I don't know the guy. Oh, her? She doesn't know the guy either. She already told me. Okay, fine. In common. I was told to rush by Dimble, so all this unnecessary census data is boring me down.
Who took the census
Dimble
data?
never said rush. He said just take care of it.
With an impatient tone,
Hey,
am I
they're the
right?
same
Go ahead
thing,
with
right?
impatience of it.
Okay,
Yeah.
so I'm going to ask you some questions. And I'm saying this in common. Do you know the guy in there that you're traveling with?
I know his name, but I don't really know him.
Could you tell the lady his name?
Is it? Oh, Ness.
And I say to the lady, do you understand that?
And she writes it down and then she tries to, she says it. And she says, "Ivid Elness," and you nod. And she nods and she says, and then she looks at you and says, "What's the town's name?"
I look at her, translate that into common. What was the town's name?
Listen.
Did she hear that?
And she says really slowly, "Listen." Do you nod? Okay. So she nods and she writes it down and she tells you that they'll take care of him and they'll make sure that his fees are paid and that you are done. And she asks if you want to transfer custody of Alora to them as well, and they will make sure she gets where she needs to go.
To who again? That person? Wait, who gets custody of who?
Do you want to transfer custody of Alara to the clinic, and the clinic will make sure she gets where she needs to go?
I take another look at the Lauren. Do I notice the golden eyes or any
Alara.
Alora? Oh shit, put it as Alora.
Alara.
Nora.
All
Fool.
A's.
Fool. This is yours. To know.
And she.
It's not like special. It's just like it's like a golden brown. There's like nothing special about them. It's just a color, like honey brown eyes.
She has the ghost. Or maybe I should ask her where she wants to. She's asking if you want to give over custody to.
No, she's asking you if you want to leave the girl here.
Yeah.
She's not asking the girl.
Do you want to stay here, or why not?
Oh no! He's like,
He wasn't
Or
ready.
census data.
Ash just walks out without her. I don't know. She's gone.
what a great,
Should I stay here? No.
a great first D&D session.
Why not?
Got left at the hospital.
I don't really trust this town.
Understandably.
Okay, let's go.
Yeah,
I don't know about you guys, but that sounded like a seasoned D&D player to me.
Yeah, right.
I say back to the lady that was helping us. No, thank you, and goodbye now.
She like nods and just like watches you leave. Get the sense that she's making a really odd face behind you.
Yeah.
So you leave, and now you're standing in the street, and you have no bodies with you that are incapable.
Nobody's here. You
ambulate.
guys all left while I was in there.
Yep.
yeah, we left.
Moved on.
Thorin thought about it pretty hard.
To season 4.
They all went to the tavern, man.
Alright, are we all square?
Yeah, we good.
Yeah, I think.
I think best now that that doesn't look like anyone else is riding mounts through the streets.
Oglen's armor has Alcar symbol on it, right?
I think so.
Okay.
I thought it was a shield.
That's like blasphemy around
I
here.
don't think.
No,
Oglen
the
has
armor
a
he
shield.
got when he finished his Trial of the Sunwalker, or his Trial of the Sun, would have had the
Oh, I'm thinking of.
Alcar symbol emblazoned
cleric.
on the chest
Yeah,
plate.
you're thinking my cleric too.
Oh yeah, our player.
I couldn't remember if he still had that armor.
Blood
Yeah.
Queen.
So, like, I'm just gonna say this, but maybe, like, the short people should pair up with the tall people, so, like, if something does happen, the tall people can, like, help diffuse the situation.
That's not a bad idea.
Okay.
Use our tall privilege.
Let's
Could
walk
be
towards
worse.
the stables while we figure that out.
Yeah, no, I'm just...
I already have the word in my head. Here we go.
So Dimble can roll me a perception roll. Do you really just roll 3?
No.
I
12.
think he has like a plus 24 or
Yeah.
something.
Yeah.
The DC is an 18, so if you met it, let me know. If not, don't worry about it.
No.
Okay, don't worry about it. Maybe they'll try again later.
No.
New phone, who dis?
Yeah, right.
So while we're walking, I'll say to everyone. So
Where are you walking to?
I'm just following Dimble.
To the
We're going to the
stables.
stables.
You're such a great follower.
It's why they're like, we're letting Ash go in. I'm like, why are we doing this?
Oh no. To be honest, you just reminded me of like the brand new assistant manager who's not really sure what they're doing yet. So every time they have to make a decision, they run out and check with the general manager, and they're like, "Oh, cool, okay." And then they run in and they're like, and they say exactly what the okay. So do this, 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 and this. And they're like, "But what if this happens?" And they're like, "Okay, I'll be right
1
back."
second.
Well, to be fair, Ash has these expectations to be this great second in command as Oglen was, and everyone respected him, and not as many people respect Ash. So he's trying to make up for his lack of respect by trying to check in with everyone to make sure they're okay.
Make up for lost ground.
I think it's because Ash is so swift.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, or we can diminish part of his character to just being stupid.
yeah, we could.
I mean, that's up to you. It's your character.
Yeah, you said it. I mean,
Yeah, dum dum.
Boo.
wah, wah.
So you guys get to the stable and you're staying there, and there's plenty of space. It's a pretty large stable, and you see some camels in there. You see some horses, goats, and some various stalls. And then a young human walks up and looks at you and says, in a very like stilted, like their own language. He says, blah 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 blah.
I love that so much. I don't know why.
I just wonder what their language is.
And then he sees Oglen, and he walks up and he taps Oglen on his chest where the sun is. And in a very, very halting Alkarian, he says, you put horses here?
Yes, friend, we'd like to, if you have the space.
He looks at you and goes, you go slow.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes. Do you have the space? And then Oglen begins counting.
He does like the finger count thing.
And when he gets to Bjorn, he's like, so -1.
And he says, yes.
All right. How much for one night?
50 gold.
50 gold. Well, alrighty, folks. It's 50 gold a night. Did we want to just start with one and see how long we're hanging out?
Yeah, right now. Just
All right.
Wait,
Oh my god. 50 gold.
he's a human. You're a short person talking to a human. Of course, we don't need a bad deal. We try to go somewhere else and just send a tall person in.
Well, this guy is speaking in Alkarian, and he picked Oglen out on purpose. So it seems like he's not trying to pull one over on us. Am I reading this wrong?
I look
Imagine a stable hand at the town gate deals with outsiders a bit more than the townspeople inside the
Yeah,
town.
right.
I think it's a little late now to like strategize since we've already shown that we're with
Yeah.
small people.
Yeah, that's right. So if it's all right, I can just pay for this first night.
Hey, negotiate. You never take the first price.
Oh, we're trying to not ruffle any feathers.
How are you communicating to him? Are you speaking in Alkarian?
No, it doesn't comment to him.
Okay. By the way, common is going away as a language. I hate it.
All right.
There's no way every human in the entire fucking world speaks the same language.
Well,
your planet just doesn't have the Tower of Babel, that's all.
Yeah.
It has the power of GFC.
well I'll tell you
I'm
what.
telling you, basic. Just go with basic.
And so Oglen collects 50 gold
Regional basic.
from his own stuff. He says, I have 50 gold here. Could you point me towards the tavern? And he hands the gold over.
And he says, he takes the gold and he says, and he pokes Oglen on the sun again. And he says, you go... Why is it not listed? Okay.
You go home.
And
no
he
one
says,
here.
you go Sandstar. Sandflower. Sandstar. Sandflower.
All right. I can do that. Thank you, friend. And then I guess Oglen motions for the other folks to bring their horses and goats and such. And Oglen chats with Bjorn. Said, hey,
Bjorn walks away.
Want to take a quick break? Oh, all right. And I imagine that Bjorn just sort of like disapparates slowly as he's walking away.
Disapparates.
You know, he's being unsummoned, right?
No, he goes into the same stall that the kid puts goat.
Oh,
food into.
okay. Even better.
You were looking for the word diaspora?
No, it's like the spreading of the Jews right after the Babylonian conquering. That's what diaspora means.
Yeah.
Don't at me, because I don't have Twitter.
You're right, wow. I'm the bad one, apparently.
He used disapparate 100% right. And Will's all like, and Richard's like, no, I think it's bleh.
And I'm like,
Alright, so is there anybody who's not letting their mount stay with the stable folks?
Thorin lets his go, but he's not usually like away from goat friends. Like this is, like, you can tell it's like having to like put up that hub for the first time. Where it's like,
Yeah, I'm gonna miss
He
you.
went to a whole other dimension without a friend.
yeah, but he was still right outside the tower.
But you weren't.
Alright, so after they get their mounts in, and
That was also another dimension. How often do you get to go to another dimension?
True.
I'm all about
You
travel.
didn't ask GoFriend if he wanted to go?
yeah, wow, rude.
and which way is the sandflower? Or the
He like
sand
looks
stuff?
at you and he points right at the road you're on, and then he just points
Just
into
down
the
this way.
city.
All right, thank you, friend. Alrighty, folks, we're heading to the Sandflower. Should be a tavern a little more.
For reference, he was also maybe pushing 12 or 13 years old. He was really small.
Pretty
Yeah, he was definitely
okay.
scalping us then for money.
All right.
Why didn't you try negotiating?
I don't want to. He was talking.
He couldn't understand them.
I speak Alparian.
Oh, then what the fuck? What are you doing?
What are you doing?
Thorin's not trying to make it
shine,
trouble.
Jeremy.
Did you
That's
say
the
we
clue
all
you were
speak
doing.
Alparian?
If you came from in the Empire, yeah.
I did.
Okay.
Yep.
All right.
You missed your chance for the Jeremy show. Who knows if you were doing one to Jeremy?
I know.
So we'll begin making our way in the direction of this tavern, but
Like Gordon TV.
I wanted to. Can you remind me, like, Alara mentioned something about the Elven Academy before, but that was while she was inside the clinic. Is that right?
Yep.
Okay, so we wouldn't have heard anything about that. So Oglen will ask Alara, well, you're of course welcome to join us. We're heading to a tavern just to catch our bearings, but did you have somewhere in the city that you're trying to get to?
Maybe I can stay for a couple of days, but I don't really want to stay in the city for too long.
Is that for any particular reason? Are there people after you?
No, you absolutely do want to stay here. Because this is where the academy that you're going to be taught how to control your magic.
Did you say you were trying to get to the city for something? What were you trying to get to the city for?
You're coming here so your character is coming here because they caused the death of 2 of their friends.
Oh no.
Because of their magic. They can't control their magic.
Mm.
So your character's father sent you here
Oh,
to
yeah.
the city to learn how to control your magic better.
My father is the one that sent me. I want to learn how to control my magic, but I don't really want to stay here.
Well, so why did he send you to the city? Is there something here?
No.
Oh,
Okay. Wherever we go.
Insight check.
Like, where are you trying to go then?
Yeah, Elf Academy.
Oh, well, maybe the folks there at the Sandstar will have
It's actually the Sandflower.
Sandflower.
Yeah, it was meant to be him. He's
Kind
not
of
sure how
unsure.
to translate the word.
That makes sense.
so
Maybe the folks at the
So,
Sandflower.
just
will
checking
want
now, but if we want to haggle with the people in the tavern, maybe send in a tall person.
to- Yeah.
Yeah, not
I
me.
didn't want to push our luck there.
hey, Ash, can you check with like a guard or something if it's illegal?
So as
for
you guys
to-
are standing
someone of
around,
my stature to play the lute in public.
Everyone
Yes,
but Matteo
yes, it is
and Ash
illegal.
and Dimble can make perception rolls.
Everyone.
The 3 of you cannot because you were just communicating with one another.
Oh, because we're the
Thanks.
Because they're out there trying to carry the
Slots
roleplay.
Junior.
Oh man,
That's a
17. That's a negative Ghost Rider.
I would have perceived it.
19.
Modified 20.
Just
roll
modified
it.
20.
Names
Nope.
specific people this time.
So anybody who rolled a 15 or higher,
Alright.
you notice that there are a lot of people walking around with collars.
Oh,
Yep.
I don't
there
know
it
this.
is.
Like,
Cannibals.
And they're all very, very plainly dressed. Like very simple clothing, nothing fancy. Whereas a lot of other people are dressed very vibrantly. They're very bright, very much in your face.
Yeah.
Whereas the rest of the people are wearing clothes that are almost the same color as the buildings or the ground.
Are any of the collars different as so to denote different owners?
Not from where you're standing, you can't see.
are they
Oh,
short
so
or
like
not?
dog
Like-
collars.
Yeah. Like
Yeah.
slaves.
Oh, I thought you meant like popped collars, and I'm like,
Oh.
You said, yeah, I thought they're the ones that
Tell you
were-
what, I'm just gonna drop him whole meteor storm on this city.
Yeah, that's right.
Sam said, oh,
Do they look reminiscent of the collars that were put on us?
I didn't know if it was like
Magical
rich
ones?
people collars.
Yeah.
Yes.
No.
Uh,
These look much simpler. These look like to be made mostly of leather. They don't look to be like I'm gonna hook you to a chain, so much as denoting
mark.
social status.
Oh, I see.
People with the colors, are a majority of them a shorter race?
They are everything.
Okay.
And they like don't meet your gaze.
No, they look down at the ground the entire time.
I think it's best if we avoid talking to the people with the collars. It'd be unnatural for outsiders, and they're probably not supposed to be talking to anyone.
And you do notice that no one is talking to them.
Yeah.
They're letting them. You watch as they go to one of the people at the stable to collect what you imagine is a bag of grain or something to feed an animal, and they just hand them the money, and the person hands them the goods, and then they leave. No words are ever spoken to them.
Okay. All right. Anything else folks want to do before we arrive at the Sandflower?
I mean, again, we should probably make one of the tall people
What's
go
the
in.
color of Alara's robe?
She's wearing like a riding dress. It's like a pink.
Okay, so it's
Pink.
not like a dull color similar to what.
No, it's still a brighter color. It's just covered in dirt from the scuffle with the bandits.
Right.
Modified 15.
Just want to make sure she didn't get confused.
Well, Thorin, I think you're right.
Sorry.
Should probably have some of these other folks be our face, so to speak.
Yeah.
Given the chance, I will attempt to try
Brew,
look harder.
you so rarely get to speak up to the group.
You're not gonna be able to see unless you actually.
When we go
actively
into the
try
end, would you like to do
go-
the
yeah.
negotiating?
I think I can handle that.
Stretch your
Like you notice
stretch your
all of
vocal
them
cords a little
are
bit.
well, like they're
Ah,
not
I
dressed
stretched them
well
plenty with
in
this
terms of equality,
little
but
guy.
they're dressed well in terms of how well.
You know that might be a
But
bad
let's-
thing by saying it in the
Let's
city,
hear
right?
your softer tones and a little
So
bit of
it's
honey words.
Maybe
Might
rich
be
clothes,
go
that's
further.
great.
And no short jokes.
Purposely
Very
very
well.
clothes.
Very well.
Or they're well fitted for efficiency, rather than like you're fairly certain that they're just regular old linen.
Alright, so are we actually at the tavern or not?
We're walking down the road towards.
Okay.
Alright,
So, like,
Dimble. Here's the
Truegar.
plan. If any guards stop me,
I think
I'm
if-
gonna tell
like I
them
was
to
saying, I think if you
skip a
guys
story,
like
so they'll
pair
fall
the
asleep
small
and I can make
people
my
up with a
getaway.
tall person. Do you want to pair
You
off?
might
Like,
get so
Absolutely,
bored
we
and
must
mark your
use all
token
privilege to
for
defend
wasting their
and
time.
support
Well, that's if they can
and
find
I
me.
will try my best not to cause any trouble.
I think before we go in there.
So as you guys are walking, who's like in the lead?
Now that we've established this, Thorin's going to be walking behind Truegar. Just like to note that he's.
Who's Oglen walking with?
Maybe Brudall.
Yeah.
That's all right.
Cool.
Guess I'll be walking
What?
with Ash.
No,
with
I'm,
Sano.
I'm with Matteo.
Oh, then I'm with Ash.
You
I mean,
gotta
you're
be
with
with
Sano.
Sano.
So as Brudall's walking, a half-orc approaches, and he like looks at, and you see the whole time he's approaching him, he's like clearly looking at Oglen, and he stops and he points at Oglen, and then he points to a bag of coin in his hand.
I will say in Orcish. No, this one's mine.
How many people speak Orcish?
There's just two, right?
Oh, okay. I think it's just Brudall and Truegar.
What do I speak?
You just speak common,
Spells.
human.
You only speak in spells.
You speak regional common language.
Fireball, fireball. Fireball.
That's all I need to say.
Ending.
His fingers won't raise, so I'm gonna need you to make that percentile roll again because he's stressing you the fuck out.
Stressing you out.
So,
He's
Wait,
joking.
really?
No.
no, no, I'm joking. So he looks a little dejected, and in Orcish he looks like a good bodyguard.
He does his part.
And he walks up and he grabs like Oglen's cheek and he like pulls his chin down to look at his mouth and his teeth. How does Oglen react?
He is trying to fit in, so he allows it.
I'm gonna put my hand on Oglen's back and say,
And he looks up at you and says, "Oh, he's still got all his teeth."
I keep good care of him. He does what he needs to do. Hey, question for you. I was trying to see if he's gonna pull away from
If he's open to questioning.
Yeah.
No, he's still inspecting Oglen like he's for sale.
What?
Yeah.
Mind his beard. Mind his beard. Hey, need to keep him in this.
He like looks at you really oddly and then he like touches Oglen's beard. And it's pretty soft, isn't it?
Pretty soft.
Yeah, no, it is. I'm like just gauge his hand away from it. Listen, you know, working a certain trade, bounty hunting, and I just wanted to know if this tavern here,
You doing all right there,
Sandflower. Is there?
He says, "Oh, that's a tavern most of the outsiders
fine.
or
Don't
visitors
smite
use."
anything, please.
Yeah, no, I'm normally from the south, and that's why I'm up here trying to find some work.
Roll deception.
Here we go again.
All right.
I'll interject an orc and ask.
Oh,
Natural 20.
that 20.
So it's from the south. Oh, you have a really odd accent for the south.
I've been everywhere. It's just you pick up little things.
Oh well. Yeah. I mean, I would if you were asking me where to go, I'd send you the Sandflower. It's owned by some people who only moved here 30 years ago.
Perfect. Perfect. Well,
As far as bounty hunting, you've got to be a member of the Bounty Hunters Guild to contract a bounty here.
all right. Where would I go for that?
To the Bounty Hunters Guild,
What direction, my friend?
Capitol Plaza.
And what direction is that, my friend?
And he like looks at the big road that he's standing on. That way.
Cool. Everything.
You are
seems
new
to-
here, huh?
I am. Yes.
And he like points up, and you see him pointing at like a giant building, which you imagine is like the palace or something. He says, "Yeah, just walk towards that. You can't miss any of the guilds."
Nice. Hey, one more question. I'm hoping it's in the same direction. I've got some stuff I need to sell and some stuff I need to buy for certain.
Oh yeah,
contract
no,
I'm
you're
on.
just gonna keep going towards the tavern. All of it's pretty much the market square.
Perfect. You've been great help.
It's like the city was designed for theater of the mind.
He like he starts to walk away, and then he stops and he looks at Oglen and he looks back at Brudall and he jiggles the bag and he's like, "Are you sure?"
No, I definitely need to keep him. He's vital for my next couple jobs at least.
He's like, "That's unfortunate because he looks like he'd be great at guarding the house."
He definitely guards.
Maybe this is a sign Oglen needs to retire.
Yeah,
It's like, "All right, well, I guess good luck on whatever you're doing, and if you change your mind about the little one there, let me know."
Thank you. Have a good one.
I do this to Dimble.
To be fair,
Do the thingy.
I was very tempted to redirect him at you.
and say, oh, but this one.
I was kind of afraid on how Ash would take it if I suddenly was like, "No, I just sold him."
Just sold it.
Just the whole party. The real question was, how would
I'm
Jeremy
happy.
react?
Yeah, right.
So like another character gone.
Yes, it's a new character.
So did you message me?
Yeah.
I say, if someone touches me, they're getting the hand cut off.
Let's not.
I'm just saying.
I
I'm
lean
just
into
pointing
Giving you a heads up.
to Dimble and repeat what I heard in Orcish so that you can message to the rest of the group. And I also add, I expect this to happen several more times. Please let the rest of the shorties know that they're going to have to be patient.
So message the shorties to let them know what happened. And message
Oh,
the
the
balls
short troops, they're gonna have
to say, be firm from the get that none of us are for sale.
I love that
And you don't want people touching your goods.
I've managed to get you all to segregate your group based on height.
Yeah, right?
This going in my notes, by the way, that you just called everyone shorties.
It is what it is.
It's like that Milgram experiment. It took no time.
Ash, please don't
Also,
call
just a
me.
note of time. It's 7 o'clock. I don't know
It's
if you
not-
want to take the break.
Out of the ordinary
I
for
look
Dimble
at
to
you.
We
mark
start till
eyes.
5:15,
So he
so.
knows how to handle it.
Though now is actually a good time to take our break, so we're gonna take our break now.
All right. How much money was in that bag?
Wait, we gotta
How
stop
much
the
is
recording. We have to
to a
stop the
random
recording. The
It
recording.
was actually just.
Now we'll never know. We'll never
We'll
know.
never know.
At the very least, had I been Andrew playing my character, I would have questioned that.
Yeah, but like, what? How much though? What if it was like
How much
10,000 platinum?
How much are you offering for him?
Yeah.
It definitely wasn't big enough for that.
Okay.
Like it was like an average coin purse.
Oh, okay.
Dang. Wow, that was awesome. Hi, welcome back.
God damn! Literally put my hand up like, don't.
From now on, can we just like? Can somebody hold his mask really tight
No,
so he
hold
can't
on.
move his
Jordan,
chin?
Jordan, wait.
Yeah.
We just cut it out.
I can't.
Oh
I don't have editing software.
no!
Yes! I'm buying it now.
Oh.
Just to stop you in your ring.
That's what my
Second
YouTube
turn
friend
in the middle
uses
of it.
because he has a free version of something.
Oh, ask him. That would be
Windows
cool.
Movie Maker.
It doesn't do that anymore. Like the movie app doesn't do that anymore because that's what I was going to use because that's what Will said to use. But it doesn't unless I'm just not using the right one. I don't know.
Maybe. Alright.
I still have Windows.
So you guys walk down the road and you come to a place and you can't really read the writing, but there's definitely a flower on the sign outside hanging.
Oh, okay. Hey, I think this is it, guys.
Alright, now who are we sending in?
No,
I'll be going in.
if it's the end, I think we should all go in.
Well, yes, but they might like.
And it is a very large building, like even larger than the tavern that's right next to the guild hall and age area.
Before we step in, I think with what we just saw with between me and Oglen, we should probably divvy up, one shorter person,
We
one
already did
taller
that walking
person.
here.
Yeah, we already did.
Wait, did we?
Yeah.
Me and you.
Oh yeah, you were in the bathroom or something.
I'm just saying, like, maybe one of the tall people should go in just so that they like don't try to price gouge us for the smalls.
So as you guys are walking around, are you the shorter races? Are you guys like intimating what the slaves around you are doing, or are you acting your normal selves?
Stopping in.
I would say Thorin definitely is because, as I said earlier, like
So
he's
he's
trying.
watching the road, he's looking down, avoiding eye contact.
Yeah.
Dimble is definitely not.
Yeah, I'm not. I paid a fucking
No, okay.
like we paid a 50
I figured the
gold
only
tax.
one who would be Thorin because he's still in the hole. We're not supposed to be here thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I'm trying to be good as good as.
I want my 25 gold back.
Yeah. If I'm paying 50
I want mine
gold,
to
I will lean forward down to Dimble and say, all the ones that are wearing collars, I think I can tell that they all have branding on their back shoulder there, so we're gonna have to be careful.
No, don't get branded. Got it.
yeah.
Legitimate slaves as what we will render.
Yeah. Dirt. Let's up your head a little bit.
Full
Let's not
perception.
act like slaves.
Okay.
13.
Oh, it's super easy.
Literally my pass.
So behind you, right across from the tavern, you notice that there is a, it's much different than the rest,
Okay.
but there appear to be people lined up, and there appear to be people inspecting them as if to purchase them.
Oh, interesting. And I'll tug on Brudall's arm. Hey, looks like we got a little bit of slave business going on over here. I'd be curious in looking into that myself if we have some time. I just want to understand more about how it works and what we're going up against, but not just yet.
I think we'll
I
focus
think
on.
we should try to stay away from it as far as possible.
Yeah,
It's not our business. We need to take care of what we need to and get out of here.
And Oglen's hand goes to the coin pouch, and he's like, well, I might have something I need to do, but not just yet.
If you're doing what I think you're going to do, I don't think it's going to come with the outcome that you think it's going to outcome.
I don't think it's going to come out with the outcome that came out. That was so good. Yeah, we should talk a little bit about this.
Let's get a room first and let's talk inside.
Yeah, I agree.
Also, we were told specifically not to like cause mischief.
All right.
And if
Anything
you're
else?
thinking of doing what I'm thinking that Dimble thinks that you're thinking of doing, then I don't know what's going on.
Yeah.
That sounds like mischief.
I'm a dude dressed up as a dude playing another dude. All right. So what do we see inside the tavern when we walk in? Tall people first.
I'm gonna scan the room for any other half-orcs or orcs.
It's pretty empty. It is midday, so you get the sense that maybe this is a slow part of the day. As far as what you see, you only see a couple of people who appear to be working. One of them behind the counter is a drow,
Okay.
male, and then walking around giving like orders and telling people what to do. Looks to be maybe based on her complexion and hair color, maybe a wood elf walking around, giving commands to everybody. There are a couple of staff members walking around doing things, and they are also wearing collars, but they are dressed much nicer than the ones that you've seen outside.
Okay.
Are there any halflings in there?
No.
Okay.
It would seem you're up, Ash.
For this
I turn to Dimble, stumbling over himself. Yes.
Forget you guys. I walk over to the drow. Hi, madam. We need to book a room for the night.
And she looks at you, she says, I don't mean anything by this, but I need to make sure that you've paid the... And she like rolls her eyes as she says it, the small person's tax.
Yes, I understand.
I have to see the tokens.
You're working in the land, you have to abide by the laws of the land. But I hear that you're more used to the outside laws than like I am. And as he's doing that, he doubles the coin.
Does everyone present their...
Thorin shuffles up, and then he like picks the coin out. And so, cause she like, when she nods, like he's just gonna put it right back.
She nods at you. She's like, all right, it's so ridiculous, but you know, like you said, when you're somewhere, you gotta do what they do, or you know, they don't want to do business with you. And well, I came from the east, so where's Oglen standing?
I guess probably in the.
Are you standing behind anyone?
Probably.
Like, are you
not.
obscure?
I would have just been up front showing the coin.
Okay, so. You want, as she's looking at the coins, you watch as she like stops for a second on the symbol on his chest piece. But she doesn't say anything. And she says, yeah, we came from the east. You know, we heard that there was plenty of money to be made here. And, well, we did make plenty of money. And then, you know, we decided one adventure was one more than we really ever needed. And we settled down. So they're still accepting us after 30 years.
Sounds like you've made a good place for yourself here, and being outsiders always need a good place to stay that's a little bit more friendly than what's on the outside of these doors, that's for sure. Like I said, my name is Dimble. I didn't quite catch your name, ma'am?
You're a fast talker, aren't you?
A little bit.
He does that.
My name's Talora. And she points to the draw behind the counter, and that's my bondmaid, Erit.
Oh, I thought she was the drow. What is she?
She's a wood elf. Now that you're close, you can definitely tell that she's a wood elf.
So you said the east, and I noticed you caught your eye on my friend Oglen's armor here. Are you familiar with the Alkarian Empire?
Well, I don't know if I'd say familiar, but I know of it.
Okay.
I don't really know much more than it exists on a continent over. I don't really know anything other than, you know, last I heard they were mobilizing their armies to reconquer old lands.
Those rumors may be true.
Reconquer, like they had it before?
Much of it, yes.
And she like looks and she's like, I don't pretend to be an expert in the history of multiple continents spanning empires, but thousands and thousands of years ago, it's pretty large.
So enough of this.
Even the people here know about, you know, the god Alkar. They always prepared for, you know, his eventual return.
Is that why they have such a large standing army?
No, that would be because of the Orc warlords.
The ones in charge, or do they attack often?
No, the Orc warlords that travel through this area every 5 or 10 years or so.
So they try to attack the city?
Oh, they do, but it doesn't last long because they're never really prepared enough for an organized army. If we just had town guards and that was it, then we would be nothing. But one thing Lawrence Gate has always had has been a fairly impressive guard force.
Yeah,
And she looks out the window, and you can as you can see like 2 or 3 guards like within 5 seconds walk past, and she's like, but since Salid took rulership, we have actually seen way more guards than there used to be.
Salid?
I'm not gonna spell for you. You guys gotta do your best.
Salad? I
How long
spelled
ago
it
was
salad.
that?
That's
You said when he took over, how long ago was that? Was that recently? A few months, few years?
Well, that's only been 4 or 5 years. Well, actually, I think today is his fifth, the start of his 5th year.
Oh, is there gonna be a celebration?
Not for him, but yeah, this evening, Askeln's Day is today.
Oh, cool.
What's a skull?
Would that be a holiday that Dimble would be familiar with?
No.
Oh, what is a Scones Day?
It's like a baked good, right?
Hmm?
Scone.
Ba-dum-bum.
-1 intelligence.
I didn't see hands up, so you just insulted this entire area by making fun of like their biggest holiday.
No, Thorin is legit not making fun. He is just like confused as always.
Not scone. A scone.
A
Oh.
A scone.
A skeleton.
A scone.
Oh, my bad.
Not a scone. Yeah, you have to forgive him. You know, you can tell by his wear that he's a little bit too familiar with the dirt. That's why we call him Dirt. Well, and then he goes by Dirtfoot. But sometimes it clogs his ears up a little bit. And he mishears things.
That was fast.
I didn't catch all that, but it's probably true.
Now you know what we feel like every Sunday.
I love skill state.
I gotta be honest. She's just gonna look at you like, did you just say?
If you don't mind me asking, are all the entrances to the desert, are they all independent or are they connected somehow?
What do you mean?
Like, who owns what? And who's in alliance with who? Like the entrances to the desert.
You mean the giant passes that you can march an army through?
This is the only one that's guarded?
This is the only one that has a city at the edge of the desert.
She's saying we're gonna have to go through their security, Lawrence Gate. The guards at the desert.
Can't have more than 2 ounces of water. Gotta take off your sandals.
No, she's saying that this just happens to be a town near the edge of the desert. There's not a mountain pass that you go through to get to it.
Yeah, nobody owns the way into the desert, but nobody goes into the desert without stopping here first.
Well, we definitely want to rest up before we head that way. How much is it for a room? Well, we might need 2. What was the size of your establishment, your rooms?
And she sighs. Well, we have 63 rooms.
Oh, that's quite large.
Well, take 62.
And 7 of them are occupied. So you can have 55. They're not very large. You can get 1 person into the room. This used to be a jailhouse that we repurposed into an inn because we bought it very cheap.
That's quite some imaginative repurposing. So, will we be able to fit 2 to a room? Some of those more mischievous-y guys? Or
She laughs. I don't know that I trust you in 2 to a room. The more of the little people there are, the more dangerous it gets, right?
That's what they say, at least.
And she says, there's only 1 bed in them. You can't really fit more than 1 bed in the rooms. But
I guess
I brought a bedroll.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Will you be staying the night here, or will you be going to the academy and staying there?
I don't know where it is.
Do you know where the Academy of Magic is or something?
the desert elf magic school?
Probably, yeah. Is that what you're going to?
Yeah.
It's in the arboreal district.
Okay, so it is in town. Nice.
Well, let's do the 8 rooms for now, and then if she needs to get 1 later for herself, she can. How much do they run a piece there? Can we do the bulk discount?
No. It's just 1 gold per night.
Okay.
That's the cheapest.
We can't actually do bulk discounts or term discounts because that is against the law.
There's any other interesting laws here that we should know about. The guard pointed to a sign, but it was written in the local tongue and we couldn't quite read.
Yeah, good luck with that. I've been here 30 years and still don't know it.
What is the language called?
Bawabin.
Dimble actually has some gold on him, so he's going to pay the 8.
Bowabin?
Bawabin.
Boabin photography.
And she says that this place is actually called Bawabi Aloran. Is the proper name of this place in their tongue?
Bawabi or
Bawabi. B-A-W-A-B-I.
Bawabi. My lord. Like the gate.
Well, to Laura, you said your name was. I'm Oglen. I'm curious on your thoughts. Do you think that I'd be drawing untoward attention to myself having Alcar's symbol emblazoned here on my chest?
Well, you're not the first that's been here in the last year.
All right. And I know that you mentioned there's some concern about Alcar's empire mobilizing its forces, and
Oh, there's no concern. Everybody's waiting for it.
I gotcha. So
Everybody's already expecting it to happen.
I see. Well, we were already thinking about outfitting ourselves a little differently for the desert trek that we're heading to, but this armor I have bears some amount of sentimental value to me, and I was just curious whether you offered storage services or if.
And she looks at you and she says, "Well, I can, but it's not going to be cheap. Not if you want it, safeguarded completely. Because as much as I'd like to say my establishment has never been broken into and no one's ever had anything gone missing, it does happen."
Yeah.
Are there other establishments in town that do offer like a locker storage type fee?
All of the inns and taverns offer it.
How much is it to store something here?
It depends on how large it is and how many things you want stored in one area.
Oglen, what did you want to store exactly?
No, just this armor, the plate mail that he's wearing.
Yeah. How much would the armor cost to keep here?
How long would you be expecting it to stay here?
At least a month.
Yeah, that's a good question. I take ourselves to be heading somewhere towards the center of the desert here, and I suppose
To
we'll
hunt for
make our way
flowers.
back. Yeah, that's right. And
Yeah, the Sandstar is what I heard.
yeah, we were told.
She laughs.
Don't let him
That's
burn.
That's how we made our fortune.
I figured with the name being what it is, that you'd know a little something.
I don't know how it happened, but we went looking for old archaeology sites from some old civilization that used to be in the desert, and we didn't find any.
Yeah.
But we did find a shaded grotto where there were like thousands of these flowers.
Wait, so you didn't find the city?
I just said we didn't.
Yeah, I'm just double checking that I heard you right.
There's a city in there?
There were several cities in there. It was a quite prolific kingdom.
Huh.
And we came to these Sandstars, there were thousands
Maybe
of
we can
them.
check that out when we're going to go get flowers.
Yeah.
Mm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, well, you're not going to find it because we took everything.
Now, these,
You could find a shaded area. That's about it, but there are no flowers there anymore.
these flowers, we were told to not
Like
let
they
the
don't
roots touch
grow
our skin,
anymore?
or our blood would
We
be
took them all, so there are no more to proliferate. Yeah, don't do that. We lost half of our expedition before we learned that.
I was just about to ask how easy is it for the roots to touch your skin, or how difficult it is to avoid that.
Make sure you're wearing very thick leather or metal when you grab them, and then you're fine. But if you're not wearing anything, and they just touch you with a root, you're probably going to die. And the longer they touch you, the faster you're going to die.
Yeah, I'm not touching that.
Yeah,
The Lorenians have been dealing with those flowers for, I think the city's 1,500 years old now.
Wow.
And they've been dealing with them, and they still don't have a cure for whatever the flowers do.
Well, Oglen, when it comes to us storing our plate mail armor, I suggest we keep our gauntlets
Yeah, that's not
just
a bad
in,
idea.
just in our backpack.
Just something to grab these flowers with. We appreciate that heads up. Probably saved a few of our hands and a few of our lives from what it sounds like. I know that there's some other things we're looking for in town, particularly a good leather worker. If you have one you could recommend, particularly one that would be a little more open-minded like yourself.
Well, the best leather workers in the town are the desert elves
All right.
in the arboreal district.
And I think we're heading there anyway from what it sounds like.
Do they have the same bigotry towards short people?
They don't like anyone but themselves.
But I'm sure they like coin.
They don't really have a need for that. They just like to be admired for what they do.
Interesting.
Flatter their craftsmanship, and they may give you a discount.
Oh, and would there be a weapon?
I would suggest, though, you don't let anyone who's super outspoken or annoying say anything to them, though.
Yeah.
Thorin looks at
Good
Ash.
idea.
Just like that slow turn that you give.
The
just like-
whole group slow. From Ash to Matteo to Ash to Matteo.
I wonder who it could be. And was there a weapon shop around there too?
That's going to be another family, but you weren't, as people who aren't from here, you won't be able to buy weapons unless you prove that you're not risks or troublemakers.
Oh, so someone else is.
They're
gonna have to
definitely
buy it
not
for
going to
me.
sell them to short people.
Yeah, so someone else is gonna have to buy it for me.
What do you need? Don't you have your stuff?
Yeah, I do. It's never hurts to have a backup.
It does in this case.
Okay.
But assuming for 2 months, I can store whatever you need for 50 gold. But if you're not back in 2 months, then I'm gonna have to make space if I need to, which means I gain property of whatever you deposited, and I can do what I want with.
All right. We'll keep that
So
in
what
mind.
happens if we pay for 3 months but come back in 2?
Then I'll give you a refund. If you're not actually using the space, then I'll give you a refund for the difference.
Yeah. Well, I think.
But it's 50 gold a month.
All right. I think my friends and I have.
And if it just looks like it's 2 sets of plate armor, so
Oglen, brain speak to my guide buddies.
Yeah.
It's only 1 gold a night for a room, but $50, 50 gold for a month. Just rent a room the whole month.
she can't do that. She just said she can't
Gotta be human
do
fish.
long-term rentals.
Yeah. But not a bad idea. Well,
It's a thing with residents and whatnot.
yeah.
They don't want you transients to stick around longer than they have to.
Well, if you don't mind, maybe we'll go and drop off some of our things and then make sure we've got a.
And I can tell you that no one's going to give you as good a price as I am for storing your property long term because, well,
Yeah, I really appreciate the kindness you've shown us.
I think you meant drop off stuff in our rooms.
Yeah, that's right. Just to make sure we have all the things that we want
Drop
to
off our traveling packs and everything. We don't need to be carrying.
well, yeah, no, but I mean, if you're going to shop around for storage, you're not going to find a better deal.
Yeah.
And if you do, I would be genuinely surprised.
What if we just rent a cart? And then we
And
can
keep it
carry
where?
everything.
Keep it where?
Take it with us. Rent a cart.
You're gonna carry a cart full of hot armor all the way through the desert.
Well, that's how
Being
else
I'm
are we
not
gonna
I
carry
was gonna
water?
suggest this, but like, I feel like renting a cart is going to be more expensive.
Well, yeah, it
than having
will.
someone
But
hold.
we also
She
have to-
laughs. Yes.
But we also
Not to mention the security deposit, the fees for potential destruction because little people would be involved in its use.
Especially him.
yeah. But like, here's the thing. I know I can't carry 2 months worth of water on my
You
back.
hear him talking, that's just trouble.
Oh, well, why don't you go visit the Wandering Wise Men then?
Oh, okay.
Where-
Write that down. Write that down.
What does he have? Something for?
Well, no, it's a shop owned by one of the families in the city. One of the 7 council members. The family owns the shop, and
Do they sell like
they
magical jars?
specialize in magical items.
Okay.
Oh, cool.
Oh, groovy.
Yeah, that's awesome.
I mean, they don't really generally have anything that impressive because they do more selling than buying.
But they might have like magical water jar or something.
Oh no, they absolutely have a flask of almost endless water.
Yeah, that
Are
would
they
Almost
like,
endless.
Are they like you, where they're not gonna care about
Yeah,
little
should-
people as much? Or
Should we have someone stop?
Oh no. That family is Let me check to make sure I'm not lying. No, that family that's actually the Gnomish clan.
Oh, wonderful.
It's like the only thing that they're allowed to do, but they've been here since. That family's been here since almost the founding of the city, so they don't even have to pay the small person tax anymore.
That's quite interesting.
How long have they been here?
Almost as long as the city's been around.
How
Do
long
you know
has
what
the city been
exactly
around?
the calamity that they?
Just around 1500 years.
There's no way you're gonna get away with that, Matteo.
Do you know what exactly the calamity is that they spoke of that involved small people that they now charge a tax?
Well, they had to rebuild the entire city.
Wait, do you know what happened, or was there stories?
It was a clan war between dwarves and halflings,
Oh,
Them darn.
and magic was involved, and a lot of people died.
Were the halflings exploding?
Yeah, the dwarves were making sure of it.
But who won?
The dwarves. That's why there's no halfling clan anymore.
Yeah. My ancestors really let me down. And I'm not even from here. It's
You're
not
letting
even
your
from here.
ancestors down.
No, trust me. They're looking down on me. They're like, wow, he's succeeding.
Even the dwarves have been relegated to like second class in total because of that. So if you get weird looks, that's why.
Good to know.
You've been very helpful. We'll be right back down.
All right. Well, dinner is at sunset.
All right.
Breakfast is at sunrise. If you're not here within 30 minutes of being served, you gotta find your own way to eat.
All right. We won't miss it.
Trust me, Oglen doesn't miss a meal.
And
She looks at everybody and she says, "I don't think you're gonna do well here."
We're thinking of buying him
If
a
people are
muzzle.
making comments like that constantly.
yeah.
Well, it's one thing if it's like one of the tall people, but if the little person keeps making remarks.
My guess is that this would be a very taciturn town.
It's a large wood.
Well,
For a large
It's
person,
8
small
letters.
people should like keep to small words.
Small words.
But Matteo, maybe you should stay here and guard the rooms.
I feel like this town is the actual challenge he was supposed to get in the place between.
Yeah, right.
Yeah,
I
I
obviously
actually
haven't heard of the curse.
I second that idea. I think you should stay here. I mean, the less people we have in the party, the better, especially the shorties. We really only need people going out for absolutely necessities right now.
I mean,
Oh,
that sounds
we
like
have several stops. Maybe we
Roll
can.
percentile.
Is that 100?
Is it 3 zeros?
No, it's a 1 then.
Yeah, you feel 99.99999% compelled to go do a thing.
Go do the thing. Okay.
What thing?
I was going to murder the halfling.
So,
It's history
Not
repeated.
me, please.
So are we all up in the room at this point?
No,
Well, I
there's
think
no
we've,
one room.
We got went
Intractable.
dropped off.
Intractable. All right. So Oglen is on his way out the door.
Oglen, where are you going?
Hey, bud.
And
I'm
I
gonna
guess
try and
Oglen
catch
turns
up.
back and says, "I know that at least some of you," and he looks pointedly to Brudall, "have talked about how frustrated they are with how little good we've been able to accomplish lately. And I, for one, am going to make sure I do something good, at least while we're here." And he pulls out a sack of coins.
Do you remember how much is in it?
I was never told. It's
It's
some
weird.
unknown value.
Me wailing. Like, it is, hasn't even been an hour.
Please. Don't
But,
make.
Well, while that's going on, I'm gonna be like, well, before you go, you're worried about like the insignia of the sun god on your chest.
That's
I'm going to cast prestidigitation on it to turn it from like
Remember I
a
told you
glowing
it was like a
sun
pound?
to like
To
an
the very
eclipsing
bottom.
sun.
well, all right.
So that like it's
I don't
like
know if it would change. Is it magical armor?
No.
It's just mundane.
It was the armor the Order of the Radiant Flame gave him for passing the trial of the sun.
And they didn't even give you magical armor. What
Didn't even give me
cheapskates.
magic.
No, they told him he had to earn all that.
Yeah. The magic was inside him all along.
Oglen,
With the power.
So
I do not wish to delay you, but I wish to make your job, your quest easier. Ash, perhaps your bag of Rana that we cannot use, Oglen can use.
My money? I don't even know what it.
Yeah, don't. I think
What?
we need to get it changed. It doesn't spend here, but I think there's a money changer in town.
What?
And just so there's
But Oglen,
Why are you doing it
if
now?
you go and buy a person and free them, I think they're only going to get a few steps before they end back in chains.
I think that I have enough here to make sure that that doesn't happen. But
Speaking of which, have you shown them the...
no, he's just revealed the bag for the first time.
None of you have any idea where this came from. You've never seen it before. Nothing like that. Like, it is a 100% mystery to all of you.
What is it?
Just
It's
a
a
bag
bag
of
of
money.
money.
It's a... the color, though, is like golden. Almost like the color of the sun in the midday.
Yeah, where'd you
The
get
bag
that?
itself.
I'm not entirely sure.
Think of this, Oglen. Think about who you're bound to be loyal to right now. It's us, right? You feel a compelling nature to stick with what the group decides, right?
Only in as much as that
Is
is
that
in
your
alignment
coin?
with what's that?
Is that your coin?
Yeah, somehow I believe yes, but
I mean, I'm just questioning things again, and like, we gambled for your soul, And dude we gambled with said that we could keep the coin, but then we don't have the coin, and now you have mysterious coin.
Yeah, well, did you gamble for this amount? And he opens up the bag and begins showing.
Does everybody look?
Yeah.
Yeah.
We'll definitely look.
Cool, roll perception. As long as you roll higher than a 2.
Everyone who was a Planetar doesn't get her.
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess I got 20 something.
All you needed was a 2 or higher.
Yep.
There's like 50
Perception.
platinum pieces
Percep-
there.
And your perception.
You got a 95.
Oh, and your
500
perception.
gold.
We
Perception.
got
5,000.
Perception.
50.
Not percentile.
Oh, whatever.
One platinum.
No,
is 10
no,
gold.
no rolls
Ten
right.
gold.
Yeah, 500.
5,000.
500.
500.
It's 10 gold
You
on
get
platinum.
two?
So I'm wrong.
Nice.
Okay.
It's
So
like,
500 platinum.
yeah,
Okay.
it's a lot. It's like 5. No, it's 250.
250.
Yeah, because that would be 5 pounds.
Okay. So 250 platinum there.
2,500 or
2,500 gold.
2,500 gold.
Oh, no.
And I'm far less certain about the origins of this.
And let's be clear, Oglen is not giving this to anyone
Yeah,
else.
that's right. But I am absolutely certain of its purpose,
which is
which is to help people free the bondage of slavery. The very reason that the Empire began to exist in the first place.
I'm
This is
pretty sure this would qualify under cause of mischief.
not if we commit the business according to the laws of the land, and it's just a business transaction.
Also, I'm just gonna like point this out, but shouldn't you buy them on the way back?
I'm in agreement.
Because if we head directly into the desert, then the only way that we can safely like bring them out would be into the desert. But if we get back from the desert and then we purchase one, then we could travel back to your like home base with them, and it'd be a lot safer for that way.
I'm in agreement with Thorn and Dimble.
So as much as you
You're not
want to do
gonna-
this right now,
What's that?
it's going to put them and us at more risk, I think.
Well, I hear you, and your point is well taken, but
Did Oglen touch the coin at all when he was showing it?
maybe. I guess he would have had to take a couple out. But I think that we have enough here to make sure that the people we free can make it safely to Nigeria without us actually having to escort them. We know
Remember
that
that one word I gave you in the beginning?
No.
Intractable.
Intractable. Yeah, so Oglen's continuing to make progress towards the exit.
I'm just saying, you
I-
could
I
like you could get a few people now, or if
We
we
get 'em all.
escort them back, you could get so much more.
I see this as the start of what will be a long-term relationship that at least I have with this city.
Also,
I put,
mischief. This sounds like mischief.
I put my hand on Thorin's shoulder and I look directly at Oglen. I say, Oglen, some of the best writers in history have used lies to tell the truth. Perhaps instead of buying their freedom, perhaps you could just straight up buy them and have them shipped back to our hometown.
I think that's wise, and in fact, we've already seen the difficulties that I have faced from the folks here in town. So if I get one of you tall folks to come with me,
And also, especially considering the prejudices of the slave owners in this town, if they are told that we're just buying them and shipping them out, they would be more willing to sell you more for a lower price.
Hey, Truegar, before we ship them to our hometown, let's make sure it's not under our name because that's illegal there. So we don't want to be caught up in slave trading,
You
even
are-
if we're not doing it.
Absolutely correct. And the slavers that we hire to transport and escort these people into our town, we can literally give them instruction to stop 2 miles before our town gates.
Okay.
And then turn around and go
Okay,
home.
I love the ideas. But let's be realistic. Where are we going to find people in a slaving town that are going to go free slaves on our first day here when Oglen already wants to go and buy a slave?
well, we did see those 3 on the way in.
We literally just said that we aren't purchasing them and letting the
So
owners know that we're free.
Oglen's continuing to walk towards the door.
I
Very
think
small
you-
steps.
Whatever happens, our name has to be not
It's-
attached
I
to
know
it.
we're not. I know we're not
roll
freeing them.
percentile for patience.
But
Okay.
these people are not. You're not going to find people
Wait.
in a slave
No,
trading
you're
town that
done.
want to slave.
Since I was standing
You're
here,
done
slave-
waiting.
Slaves. So
do I
easily.
notice
It's
that
going to take
he's
more than
not
just 20 minutes.
testing
to see.
anyone?
Those
jump
slave
in here
owners
in a
won't
second.
know
Roll
that we're
perception.
going to free them. Those slave owners will think we're just buying them and then shipping them off to our hometown. That's all
Well,
they
who's
need to
to
know.
say that they're not
17.
gonna just
Yeah,
keep
you know.
those?
And how do we know
That
these
he's
slaves
lost
ship
interest.
slaves to the town?
I'm gonna
We
go
don't.
and stand at the door.
We don't.
Might not be a great
But
idea.
once we get there, that's what we can
Honestly,
send our case as.
he can fuck your shit up.
I think Oglen should just wait
He
at
gets up
least.
twice before he
I
dies.
actually don't want to stand in front of
Yeah,
Oglen
your
and stop
friends
him.
out.
Be my guest.
I'm trying to reason.
I'm saying
All I'm
you
doing is
hear your friends
redirecting
out.
his
Listen
force.
to them real quick.
I understand there are a lot of doubts about this, and I'm not going to force anybody to participate that does not want to.
You two can roll religion.
Oglen, I'm going with you to present my particular strategy.
I will follow your lead on that.
Because I know you're not going to be
Or
stopped.
religion?
I've seen you.
Oh, a 20 mod.
You are almost as stubborn as a
Play for
Tarrasque,
Justin.
and there is no stopping you. I'm just going to make sure that I point you in the right direction.
Well, I
I
appreciate
guess I
that,
have to come
Truegar.
along once we're paired together.
So you both feel compelled
Absolutely.
to go along with him now.
Is anybody else coming with us? And
I was gonna be like, at least wait till it's more convenient. We've done our menial tasks out of the way before we get kicked out of town.
You're not sure what. You're not sure
But
what is making
I
you
guess we gotta
feel
do
this
now.
way.
Before we
If
go
you,
over
if you
there,
insist on doing this, you might as well come along to make sure you don't get us in too much trouble.
before we
So,
go over there,
just a
Dimble,
question about all this like stuff about stopping 2 miles out, blah 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 blah. Why don't we just have like the people we hire carry an envelope and give it to whoever's like in charge of the guild while you're gone, and the envelope just clearly says these slaves are now free or something like that, and like the people who transport can't open the envelope.
Brudall is going
Not a
to
bad
gesture at Thorin and say, "Use your little message
Roll
thingy
history.
to tell Jarek."
A two-stage
They're coming.
message on paper form. That's quite smart. I'm impressed.
19.
Yeah.
The two of you can roll history as well because you would have been educated in this while you were doing your trials.
I mean, sometimes
Me
the
too.
simplest way is the smartest, and I do think simple.
So we're like, whatever we're gonna do is gonna come and
14.
fight us in the ass.
That's why I said clear our
Okay,
name
so
of it.
you don't quite remember this, but Ash and Oglen remember that a slave even entering Alkarian territory is a criminal offense punishable by death.
And that's why Matteo said, clear our name of it.
As a member of the O'Connor.
It is one of the only things that you can do in the Empire that is just straight up a death sentence,
Yeah.
is owning another person.
Yeah.
And that is why when other nations who actually actively participate in slavery, they don't bring any with them when they visit the Empire.
I see.
Even merchants and traders, diplomats, they don't bring any slaves because the Empire doesn't care who you are or where you're from.
Okay.
If you bring a slave with you, they will kill you on the spot.
Wait.
Does being a
Wait.
slave in the Alcarian Empire?
There are no slaves in the Empire.
I think
What
you're
if
freed
a
as soon as
slave
you
lost
touch.
in the woods crosses into Alcarian territory.
It's not a slave to them.
Wait.
That's why.
Why are we sending them all the way back? What if Jensen?
He is an absolute great mediary,
Yeah.
but I like my idea better. We send a few of these this town slave owners to our hometown. The moment those slave owners are found
He's
out as
talking
slave,
about the slave runner.
the slave runner,
The guy
Yeah,
who helped
Jensen,
slaves
yes.
escape.
absolutely. He can help us part of the way, but if we can kill two birds
Well,
with
we
one
just have them
stone,
sent there.
We
then they're not
send-
entering the Alcarian. They drop them off there.
yes,
And he knows
Exactly.
what to do from there.
Yeah.
we could help thin out the herd of slave owners. We could send these slave owners and these runners to the Alcarian gates of our hometown, Lyeska.
I'm pretty sure they'll know not to go.
Yeah, that
They'll
also.
get killed, and those slave owners won't be a problem anymore. That's one less slave owner in the world.
Yeah.
No, the
We let the town
Alkarian
run.
Empire's attitude towards slavers
Mhm.
is well known, so nobody
Oh,
they
they
will
wouldn't.
not go.
And I'm sure they would probably snitch us out and then we'd get our heads cut off too.
Okay.
But yeah.
In that case,
send them to-
Jensen.
Yeah.
That's a great idea, Thorin.
In that case,
That way
Jensen.
we don't have to be directly involved. We send them to a place that we know is safe.
Jensen is known as a reliable runner.
Do you have a way to get into contact with Jensen?
Perhaps people in this town would know Jensen and know to hand him off to Jensen.
Yeah.
I think if he
Did
just saw
Thorin
them.
meet Jensen?
Yeah.
Yeah, we were around.
Roll history.
They'd be
He
like,
gave
knock,
us
knock,
away,
knock, here are
I
your
think.
slaves. He'd be like, okie dokie, thank you. Artichoke.
Nat 20?
Wow.
Yeah, so you remember that you guys were told that if you came across anybody who needed assistance in finding better climbs,
Mm.
to have those people tell Jensen that the sun travels.
Okay.
Sun travels.
So,
You got that?
you know, like,
Well, maybe if you wouldn't mind, you could draft a quick letter to Jensen explaining what it is
that we're doing
He
here?
was pretty clear in that not to do that.
Okay.
Okay, don't put anything in writing. Could be trapped.
Don't put anything in
No
writing.
writing. All right. And
Like Jensen said, to use like the code word "the sun travels." If there was like people that needed help who
Alright.
came to him.
we'll make sure.
Everyone can roll history to see if they remember why he said that.
Well, you weren't there, so you don't know.
17.
20 something.
18.
Okay,
14.
15 or higher, you know that it was because Jensen and his group were actively trying to send people to the Algarian Empire.
We're joining the Underground Railroad here, folks. So, all right. These are all very good questions, and I appreciate your help in thinking through this. But this is something that I have to do.
And we didn't talk about the alternative that they can't ship them. What do we do then?
Well,
Who's taking them where? Are we just letting them go?
we might be able
We'll
to
cross that bridge when we come
hire
to
a
it.
bounty hunter from the guild in town if we need to, but I'm
Well,
sure.
I say we start with that question, and if they can't do it, then we do it on our way back.
How much
Again.
money do we have hiring a
I
bounty
don't think
hunter?
we're gonna steer the paladin away from doing this.
I'm not trying to stop
Like-
him. I want to do it. I just don't want to be wrong about this.
I think simply we just need a rain check for when we get back.
You can't rank check God. This is
Nor can you rain check a Tarask, and this guy's more stubborn than one.
Ben, have an inspiration for the you can't rain check.
Rain check God.
Also, Gordon, I'd like to offer that up as the quote.
There it is. Episode title. You can't recheck that. All right. So who's coming with me?
I already said that I will be your tall person.
Okay.
oh, looks
Right.
like
Every-
everyone.
Everybody.
Are we all going?
I guess.
Yeah, why
I'm
not?
not gonna let you be out and about without me next
We
to
should
you. That's
split
fine.
up into little groups, though. I mean, one giant blob of 9 people,
It does
showing
look
up.
a little suspicious, I guess.
with half of them being shorties.
Ash, we'll stay on the other side of the road.
Perhaps a
Let's
few
try
hundred
to sit
feet
there.
between us.
And Truegar, so we got our story straight. I'm carrying your money.
Mm-hmm.
All right. And what about our new friend, Alara? Did you want to come with us?
Sure.
So, unfortunately, your people use slaves.
Nah. So this is like.
So, you're a bit baffled by this. You don't understand why they have a problem with people owning other people. Unfortunately, I'm going to test your role playing really hard right now.
Welcome to the first day. You're a slave owner.
You don't own slaves.
Okay.
You don't. But your father and mother do.
Okay.
So you don't understand the mindset that we're coming from.
Yeah.
Slavery's bad.
So you don't understand why they have a
Can I
problem.
make my own opinion?
If you
With
was
the
your
context
personal
of reason.
character, you could, but with the character that he created for tonight.
Not really. Because it's literally somebody who stands to inherit large amounts of land and slaves. So the character you're playing is pretty wealthy. So like, she's never actually had to do anything for herself. So sometimes, yeah, I'm sorry. Sorry, not sorry. It's one of those sorry, not sorry things. I mean, you don't have to be super excited about it either, right? You can just literally be, oh, okay.
Welcome to the drama club. You're playing a character you hate.
Yeah, that's right.
Well, she's owned slaves. That means she knows which ones are good stock and which ones aren't.
Wow.
So you can just kind of hang back and not say anything to us, or you can call us out on it if you want.
Yeah, it's up to you. How you handle it after what I've told you, how you handle it
I
is
don't
up to
want to
you.
get killed.
Oh
can
no,
treat
we won't kill you.
You can treat it like a creative.
There are
challenge.
for sure 3 of them that will not kill you.
Yeah.
Because bad things will happen to them if they do.
Yeah.
Now the other 4 still probably won't.
Still
5.
5.
5 is.
Yeah.
3 plus
Sano.
5 is 8.
Oh, yeah, 5.
Yeah, Sano doesn't.
I forgot
I like how
myself.
you were so sure, and then you started questioning. You're like,
I'm in a gray.
No, I was saying it really slow because I was really unsure why he said 4.
I'm in a gray area. I'm different.
Oh, that's true.
Yeah, he just wants to watch.
Oh man. So as
So
we're-
you
Why
don't,
did you have to make my character like this?
because I didn't know if you were going to play, and I needed a character that fit into a specific role in the story.
Yeah.
That doesn't mean that you guys can't try to convince her that she's wrong.
Yeah.
Watch me roll this persuasion check.
Yeah.
Slaves
Yeah.
bad.
Eleanor Roosevelt.
Yeah, you
So
can role
when we-
play it as that. Like you.
So let's
you
just
wanna
take a step
know,
back.
but,
We
like,
say, are you coming outside with us?
Yeah.
How do you respond?
Sure.
Okay.
All right. Is there anything that we can do to make you less explodey?
You're feeling pretty stressed right now.
Because if it's something we're doing wrong, and we can just
I'm trying to get rid of all her people.
we can just stop that.
No, you can't.
I just forgot everything y'all said before this.
Oh,
It's okay.
It's a lot.
Take your time.
D&D can be a lot,
Mm.
especially at the table around the DM.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
So y'all said they're going to a place where.
They're
There's
going
basically
to,
a slave block right outside. That's where we're heading.
and they're going to buy slaves to then free them.
Okay.
And that's the part that you're just like, what? It makes no sense to me. But you don't. Like, your character doesn't necessarily have to say anything because your character 100% knows that these people are not from around here. Right? And while your character is not technically an adult, your character understands that, you know, when you're in positions of authority, you deal with lots and lots of different people. Like you've seen your father, as the mayor of your town, deal with a lot of different people who didn't necessarily do everything the same way that your people did. So you don't have to say anything to them. You can just be baffled by it if you want. Or you can totally be like, why? It's up to you.
Yeah, I'll go.
all right. And we'll make sure that we get you to that school sometime.
Eventually.
Today. At some point. All right.
Are we going
And
to
so-
need rooms for these slaves? Like, do we need to pay for that here too?
Well, I suppose some of that
How
will come
crowded
down
is
to-
the street that we're sending you?
We're still in the tavern.
Oh, I thought you said we walked out.
We're
No.
walking
Walked out
out.
of the room.
Oh,
Yeah.
oh.
Some of that will come down to what Truegar can negotiate, but I guess our hope here is to try and get these folks on their ways sooner rather than later, unless there's some reason to not do that. But we'll see what comes of the initial negotiations. The only thing I hope is that they understand that we desire to open a relationship here that will be a little more long term. At least I myself, whatever gold I can earn through the work I do with y'all, I want to funnel into projects like this.
With Jensen's help and his certificate, then it's going to be a lot easier.
Yeah.
I mean, is a big group like this really good going to this place? Like, maybe we should cut some people
Yeah.
down and they should stay here.
That's what I said. We should split up into groups, up two.
Maybe some folks could go get weapons and armor, and other folks manage.
Well, I think we should take care of this business first. We don't want to
So
only
someone
stand
stay
together
here.
in one big blob, but
Yeah.
Like,
this has a potential to go awry pretty quickly.
let's all go.
And I don't know about you, Ash, but I feel the need to stay here.
Here, as in the tavern.
As in with Oglen.
Okay, I'm gonna clear this up. I want to go, but I want to be strategic about this. I don't just want to waltz in all 8 of us. I think me and Matteo should split up and go look at something else, but we're all in the general area, but we're
I
not
see.
together as one.
Keeping it inconspicuous. Yeah, that's not a
Yeah,
bad idea.
casual.
Yeah, if 8 people just kind of walk
I'm
up to
going
the
to walk
slave
out
club.
as a traveler that's obviously out of town trying to figure out what's going on.
That's a good character. That'll.
He's role playing a character that's
Highly
role playing a
motivated.
character.
And I suggest that
Well, it's what a traveler from outside of town would actually look like. I'm going to go out
the
and
tall person,
kind of like,
Except really short and discriminated against.
the
Very short.
why are my people looking?
The tall people that are with the short people should do the speaking, because if you have gone through the gate to get into it, you already know the customs that short people are not liked. So
Not
to
gonna talk
avoid,
to anybody.
God, I can't say one thing for everyone to understand without you saying something else, huh?
Evidently not.
Well, it seems we have the plan. 1, 2, 3, break. Let's go.
Alright, then I guess
Does
we'll walk
Ash
out the
start
house.
walking out the door?
Yep.
I'm
Okay.
following
Yeah,
because
but-
he's my owner.
He's my owner.
And air quotes.
God.
All right.
If any of you
I
start
forgot the
checking
last
I'm
my
gonna
Yeah.
apologize for the joke, but right now Matteo is Ash's bitch.
Oh.
Don't
As long
worry,
as he
you're not the
doesn't shoot him in
first.
the head.
Yeah, that's right.
That's true.
I shoot my
I make
tail.
sure
He
I'm
only
always,
does that to things he rides, though.
I always make sure I'm at least beside him, never in front.
There we go.
I don't want to.
Every horse is terrified every time Ash gets on their back.
They see him at forces here.
So-
here.
You walk onto the street, and the street's pretty busy. As the sun starts setting, it's still daytime, but as it starts passing high noon, you start to see more people coming out, and you start to see like small groupings, and you hear a lot of laughter and celebrating. And do you walk straight to the slave market?
I'm gonna follow Truegar because I'm his attendant right now.
And we're obviously the first group going. Everyone else is kind of like
I'm gonna
100 feet behind us.
I'm gonna be
Yes.
with Dirt right behind them too, because I
Okay.
don't want Oglen too far from me at this point.
Yeah.
Oglen and I are.
Brudall thinks he can stop those.
So it was like, hey, let's
No,
all split up
I
and
don't
then group
think I
right
can
back
stop
up together.
Oglen, but I know that some people have already
Which group
seen
you
me.
want?
We're going across the
Yeah.
street.
Which group am I in?
Whichever one you want to be with.
Oh, that's a good point. I forgot about that.
You're not
Yeah,
a short
that's
You're a
what's
tall
been
person.
going
You're
on.
a tall
Tall
person,
person, so you don't actually
You're
have
gonna
to
get
be
jacked if you're not
Yeah.
next to me.
What do you want to do?
I'm sure you can put it for fights.
You don't want to? Well, pick a group.
Alright. Look at that.
Look at those. There you go.
So you're following Brudall, which is Andrew's character, and you're following Dirt, which is Sam's character.
Hey, how's it going?
Okay, so
Half-Orc, Dwarf.
Yeah, half-orc fighter, dwarf, warlock?
Yeah.
Warlock, yeah.
Celestial dwarf.
Wizardy type.
so you walk into the slave market, and
Mountain warlock.
you've heard about them, but you've never personally been to one.
Is it open market with tents or is it a closed building?
It is not. It is a few people standing on a block that are being auctioned off. But you see people walking in and out of the building immediately to your right. And you see more people on display in there. And a half-orc walks up to you and looks at Oglen and says, "Are you looking to sell or buy?
Buy.
What are you looking for? Housework, field work?
I'm looking for bulk buy.
Well, you want slaves that can do housework, field work, combat, magic users.
Let's go for housework initially, but then after that I'd like to go for more field work.
Okay. And he says, "Come on, follow me. Don't worry about that group there. They're the 3 gold slaves. They're not really. They're probably gonna die in the next few weeks.
What makes that? Sickness? Malnourishment?
We don't know. They were rescued from some temple. Well, I say rescued, but they were really, taken into custody.
Is this temple...
It's to the south.
Oh shit, guys.
These folks are from that temple, guys!
Oh, okay. I heard
That's
the
to the
temple north
east.
of town.
Oh, never
The
mind.
temple you went to is to the east.
Damn it. I was like, what the fuck?
Like 3 weeks to the east.
Oh, okay. I wasn't expecting that. I thought you guys were going to start talking about the temple to the north in the middle of the desert, which I heard was completely out there. But okay, so temple to the left. Gotcha. You don't know what ails them.
Nope. Not really gonna put the money into finding out either.
Well, let's see what you have for house first, and then I'd like to take a look on this bulk discount.
So he walks you into the building, and it's pretty large. It's like, barn size wide, like 50 feet wide. And there's like a 20-foot center aisle with double doors in both ends, and there's like stalls. There's like 10, 15, 20 people in each of these little areas, except for at the far end where the stalls are more secure. And anybody who's in there right now with Truegar and Oglen can roll perception.
They're inside a building. And I did not go.
Dimble did not go inside the building. He's hanging out in the street.
Yeah.
Which one's perception?
Any of the skill checks you're doing is a d20.
Modified.
Oglen is furious.
Modified 20.
Okay.
19.
6.
So the 3 of you see that. Actually, you get to do this roll too, since you're with them.
6.
Plus one.
Oh, I have 11.
Okay, you don't get to see anything
Wow.
Anything special.
because it's really far away, so you have to roll pretty high to see. So you notice that the stalls that are pretty far away seem to have like the faint glow of arcane runes around them.
Is this a familiar glow?
No, it's not like
with
a
the
glow.
shackles?
It's not like glow. It's just like magic glow.
Okay. So it's not like when I was shackles.
I can't answer that question.
Can I roll history?
I do not recall.
So he stops in front of one of the stalls, and the group of people in there, he's like, well, bulk buys, you can get all 20 of these for around 300 gold.
Is he gesturing towards the arcane rune?
No, he's like, just as a group. As soon as the arcane runes are at like the far end.
Okay.
They're
So
like 125 feet away from you.
the bulk buys are the ones that will die in a month or two. That's what he's pointing at.
No, those are the ones outside on the block that are being sold for like 3 gold.
Understood.
And so, and he points to one of the stalls next to you guys, and he says, "Yeah, you can get this group for around 300 gold. It's varying ages. There's only one in there that's probably going to die in the next year, but he's pretty old.
You said that's approximately 30?
20.
20. Not bad, not bad. I will performatively just kind of look at each one and gauge their health, and then
He looks at you. He's like, "Oh, you're new at this, aren't you? Let me show you what you should look at." And he opens the gate, and they like back away from him. You get the sense that maybe he's been a bit rough.
Mm.
And he walks over to like one of the kids, and he's like, "You gotta really look." And he grabs like the kid's face and opens his mouth. And he's like, "You gotta make sure they have their teeth, and pinch their sides, make sure they're eating healthy. You want them to be healthy, but you don't want them to be too healthy. If you just want them to do work, unless you're the kind of soft member of our people who take care of their slaves."
while I am listening, I'm putting a hand behind my back, as though I'm acting like, yes, but I'm giving a signal to Oglen of a thumbs up to calm him down.
Thorin's just kind of like...
He's like, it's a healthy group, and there are even a few females that you can use as brood for brooding purposes.
Tries to pass it off as a cough.
And he points to the other side, and he's like, and that's another group that is also.
Calm emotions.
And he points to the other side and says, and that's also a group. They're not as well trained as this group, so you'd have to do some breaking in. And he walks over there. None of them really back away. He's like, they're actually new. We just got them today, so they haven't been properly educated in how they should respond to their betters.
Are they mostly human?
No, it's like a complete mix.
Oh, okay. And is this still part of the bulk buy?
It's a separate buy. You could get. I give you both groups for 500 gold.
Untrained, gotcha.
And I'm giving you the discount on the second group because, man, have you ever tried to train a dwarf to do anything? And he like looks at Oglen and Thorin is like, well, I guess you have been involved in that. And they seem pretty well behaved, so maybe you won't have too much of a problem.
Thorin just kind of like nods, just like
I don't know where you buy your particular supply from, because this is one that's better at math than I am. And then I whip out my... But then...
Or abacus.
Not abacus. But then again, ever since I was born, I've had trouble reading things written down.
No,
so
you don't have to worry about that when you have people to do it for you.
Fair enough. So untrained. You said they were acquired yesterday. Where from?
We don't actually ask. We just buy from the slave traders.
Okay, I just want to make sure they're not being suffered by the same affliction as the bulk buy outside.
Oh no, these came from the south. Gotcha. Like I think 3 or 4 towns away. The temple is about a week away.
And then in this untrained, how many are there?
Like 25. Like a quick count gives you like 25. He's like, now if you want field work, and he directs you to like the next set of saws, and in here is like you don't see any women. Like you don't actively see any like female species, but you see like humans and orcs, half-orcs, elves, and they all look very healthy. And he's like, unfortunately, if you've never had field workers, they're a bit more high maintenance than house workers because they need the intake of food to keep that work going if you want them to be a long-term investment. If you don't care and you're just going to buy them and burn them out in a few years, and don't worry about it. But these have all been tested by the healer here in town to ensure their health. And he like walks over, and one of the like half-orcs starts to snarl, but then locks eyes with him, and then like shrinks down.
So field work, approximately how many are there?
10.
10. Well, I know that I
And these are going to cost you more because they are very healthy. It's going to be 750 gold for the 10 of them.
Well fed. I know that I can't swing a sword as well if I haven't eaten for a few days.
And he points across and he says the same thing over there. These were all caught together.
As part of a single band?
Yeah.
Interesting. So that means they tie together. It would be difficult to separate them.
They came from the west. They came from the Anrubin Caliphate. I'm pretty sure that they are criminals that were sold into slavery as punishment.
Or perhaps an opposing war band. Who knows?
And he's like, and if we step down here, we have those who have been taught to swing a blade, and it's they're pretty pricey, but if you can win their loyalty and you can trust them with a blade, they'll protect you. And none of them seem afraid of him, but he doesn't really move threateningly to them. But they are definitely deferential to him when he steps inside and he motions, and one of them walks forward and opens their mouth, and you can see they have all their teeth and he points and he's like, yeah, we even let the half-orcs keep their fangs because, when they lose their sword, they can just rip your throat out.
Well, after a decimation or two, they know who's what their place is.
And he's like, so now, let's see how Oglen feels about Truegar after this. And he's like, and the ones where we're not gonna walk in because until the spell has been cast to bind them to you, they won't. They don't really listen all that well. But here are the spellcasters.
Are these the ones in the arcane cages?
And you can see the glow of magic, like just keeping them in. And you feel the closer you get to it, the less able you are to use your magic.
Same thing with hearing my patron or things like
Yeah.
that? Oh, I don't like that.
And he says, yeah, no, these were taken in a recent. I say recent, but it's been about a year. They've been here for about a year. We've been properly educating them of their place. But they were taken in the last assault by one of the orcish war bands.
How were they subdued? Were they unconscious? That's the only way I can think they would.
And he chuckles. Oh, well, our city guard has some of the best spellcasters in the world.
I've noticed that you do have a standing militia.
And he looks at Oglen. He says, "Did you just are you from the Alkarian Empire, or you just put on him what you could find?"
I changed his insignia. Remember, it wouldn't be.
I
same.
didn't remember.
Yeah, I changed it to an
prestidigitation.
eclipsing sun from a burning sun.
Okay. He's like, do you outfit all of your combat slaves like this?
Well, mostly what we can just scavenge off what we kill.
Well, I can tell you, we don't go looking for trouble. At least, I mean, we didn't before Salid took the throne. But I think even that empire to the east would have trouble with our spellcasters.
Remind me again, the band of fighters. What was the price on that one?
Oh, that's gonna be 1,500 gold.
1,500 for all of them.
And there's 8.
That's 8 of them. And the arcane, how many are there?
Well, we have 15, and they're 500 gold each. But they'll be soulbound to whoever purchases them, which means that they can't even use their magic unless the person they're bound to allows them to.
Now, is that soulbind subconscious, or does that require verbal commands for spell usage?
It just requires you to tell them to do their thing, and that they can't cause you harm at all.
Understood. This has all actually been very informative. I'm not too good with numbers, so I would like to go outside and converse with my number counter. I will be back in a few minutes, though, if you don't mind, sir.
He looks and says, "Man, I can't believe you taught him to count."
Well, that's because I have trouble counting. Ever since I took that blow to the head, it's difficult for me to count, if you don't mind.
I can't count, but I taught him counting.
All right, well, let me know if there's anything I can help you with. I'll be here.
We'll be back. And then I usher both Thorin and Oglen
Get it to
follows.
5.
I'm gonna guide you
so
out with
When
this.
they went in the building, where did you guys go?
I just kind of hung out kind of near where the stockade, like the people, but near the door frame, so I could kind of see in.
Okay. So no active roleplay, just kind of Minding
Kinda
your business,
hanging out,
paying
kinda
attention,
trying to
looking
blend
around.
in.
Cool. Roll perception.
When he's done with that, I'd like to do a thing.
High.
How high though?
I rolled a 19 plus modifiers. So
No,
it's
it
20.
matters. It definitely
It's
matters.
probably at least
You're
a-
knocked out.
It's at least a 30.
Gonna see this invisible lead guard.
You see Matteo. He is right there.
7 times 2. You're right.
Salid's mom
31.
is really
So-
high.
Yeah, it mattered. So you're pretty sure that at the end of the corner, opposite of you, you catch a person hand signing to you, shadow speak, which is the language that you learned when you were undergoing your trials to be a Shadowwalker.
Oh, I forgot about that.
You're a different type of
The
Sunwalker.
plot thickens.
So, once he's done with that, I'd like to do a thing.
Okay. I stopped on purpose.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I cut you off on purpose.
When
What do you do with him?
Dimble's, can I see him enough to use message?
So you don't full on see him. He literally looks like he is enveloped in shadow right now. Like he looks the way that the proctors that taught you how to shadow walk, he looks like they look. Like he is part of the shadow on the wall.
Okay, my favorite. Oh,
Like even though you can see him, you're having a hard time focusing on him without it causing like giving you a pain behind your eyes.
I think Sano's not here right now. That's good where we were.
Okay, what about the other group?
We're
You
with
guys.
them as well.
You're with.
No.
No, we're not. No, we're not with them.
What do you guys
I
do?
dragged you over to look at the bulk deal guys.
The bulk.
In the slave market?
Yeah.
The 3 gold people?
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
I wanted
the
to
ones on
do
the
a medicine check
block
on them,
outside.
like check them out to see if I could find anything.
Yeah, we're looking at the 3 gold guys.
You're like inspecting them as if you're somebody looking to buy.
Yeah, I want to see why they're only $3. Three gold pieces.
Yeah, what's a
So the
dollar?
people
what's a dollar?
outside.
Yes.
Yes, the 3
Uh,
gold.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, the 3 golds.
Yeah, okay. Roll. So you like walk up and you like start like poking and prodding.
First I'm like, hey, what's wrong with them?
So the gnome standing on the block, wearing
Price
a collar.
trader.
He's wearing a collar, and he's dressed a little bit nicer than the ones that are walking around the street and running errands. He looks at you and says, "Oh, they're gonna die soon."
Yeah, what's wrong with them?
We don't know.
How do you know if they're gonna die soon then?
And he like pokes one, and you hear like this gurgling sound inside of him, and then he like moans, like he's in pain.
When's the last time you fed them?
They can't eat. We feed them every day. We feed them every day. They don't eat. It's like their soul's been sucked out of them or something.
And you know where these? You say you don't know where these guys came from, or you do?
All I know about is a temple a week or a week and a half south of here.
Yeah, that doesn't sound like a goodbye. We'll be moving on, and I guess we'll go.
You sure? I'll sell them to you for a gold each.
I mean, they can't even do any. How many are there?
5?
Do you ship?
50 silver.
Do you ship by chance? Would you take them to my estate?
No.
Do you know how I could get them shipped to my estate? I'm going to be in town for a while.
They'll be magically bound to obey you.
But I don't want to walk all the way back.
You
Just
can,
now.
once they're bound, all you have to do is tell them to go themselves.
I guess at the 50 silver each. I mean, what's that?
Now you're in the spirit.
2.5 gold.
I feel it necessary to give a PSA that I do not support or condone slavery.
Yeah.
Wait, 50 silver.
But you did come up with this.
I did.
That's 5 gold.
Especially not for 50 silver. Come
Yeah,
on.
back to the trade.
Let's buy some humans.
Those are really bad jokes.
Yeah, right.
Well, who's the racist now? How do we know they're all humans? He said some were orcs.
Oh, fair.
Yeah, and it's a gnome trading them.
And
Hey.
did you say like none of them were human?
None of the 5 out here in the yard are human.
Oh,
What
that's
are
right.
they?
That's right.
There's an orc, a drow,
Womp.
an elf, 2 dwarves.
Does it look like they may have one time been an adventuring party?
No.
Okay.
How did you?
It's really hard to know, to be honest, because of what they look like.
How did you find them?
Oh, I didn't find them. They were brought in. I just stand here and sell the ones that they want to get rid of really quickly.
It's better to die breathing. Yeah, sure. We'll take them for 2.5 gold.
So you want the drow, the orc, the elf, and the 2 dwarves?
Yep.
All right. Can I see your ownership permit, please?
Ownership permit?
Well, shit.
That's the one you had to take a test for, right?
No, you just have to pay a fee.
Yeah, we left it in the tavern. I mean, you
Hey.
left it in the tavern. Sorry, sir. Sorry. And I looked down.
Why couldn't you have reminded me earlier?
You let him talk to you like that?
This is a personal.
Oh, if I said that, my master would beat me.
You think saying that about your master wouldn't get you beat right now, huh?
No, it would. It would.
Yeah, then quit the talking. Yeah. If in case I lost mine, you can go and get another one, right?
I can't go and get
No,
another
me. Where would I get one if I had lost mine?
If you already had one, you would know.
But if I lost it, if I can't find it at the tavern.
You're not from here, are you?
Dimble's still close enough. He
Roll
just kind of
diplomacy.
use message is like, stop the BS and just ask to go buy one.
And he like
I
looks.
message back, I'm caught in the web, man. I'm caught in the web.
This is what happens. You always like make things more complicated.
He looks around.
Matteo started it.
So he looks around. I can sell you one.
Isn't there a place you go to just get one?
Yeah, but they might not give you one.
Why not?
I don't know. Not everybody gets one.
Oh, I think I had a better chance trying with him first. They sound pretty official.
Mine are official too. They have the seal and everything.
Oh, how much are yours, man?
Uh-huh.
5 gold.
Wow.
Can I see it first to inspect it?
Well, it's not going to have any information on it, but yeah, and he pulls out a piece of paper and it looks super official.
How do you insight check a paper?
Yeah, right.
Roll insight.
I want to roll
Would that
authenticity.
be investigation?
It would be investigation.
A forgery check.
Oh, I got a 22 on it. Lucky me.
It looks super official. It's just super blank.
It's really good. You've seen none of these before.
Yeah, we have no way.
No frame of reference.
Mateo's gonna be like,
No, we'll try chances with the legit place.
Okay.
I don't know the laws about street vending
It's
here.
going to be a lot more, but okay.
Okay. Make sure these. Never mind. Bye.
are we heading to the tavern?
Wait, no! 50 silver each. You can come back and get them later.
I can't buy them without the permit. You said so. I don't
Well, they
want
just
breaking
can't
laws.
leave here until you bring the permit.
Okay, they're gonna die soon. No one's gonna buy them. I'll just be back in a minute. Which direction did you say to go for that again?
I didn't.
Where would you go? To get the
To the
legit one?
assayer's office?
Assayers? Is that what you said?
The assayer's office? Yeah. Are you new?
He is very.
You already assumed I'm new.
Yeah, but you're super new.
Yeah, he is.
You guys are going to get arrested and kicked out.
I'm 100% not breaking any single law here. I'm making sure of it. That's why I'm looking like a dumbass in front of these people.
Am I free to go? Am I free to go? I know my rights.
Am I being charged with a crime?
Ash becomes classified as a short
You are now.
Am I under arrest or am I free to go?
So, knowing this information that you need a permit to buy slaves, I am going to go to where I saw Oglen and Truegar go last.
Oh,
And I'm dragging Matteo along with me.
Go in.
And we were just coming out, right?
Mm-hmm. And the moment we come out,
So
I lock eyes
all
with
of
you.
all of these things are happening simultaneously, but I'm jumping back and forth.
Okay.
Okay.
Now that Sano's back, we want to do that.
Storyline.
Yeah.
Oh.
So how are you going to communicate to Sano what you saw?
I kind of nudge him and go like this.
Like his lips.
You go with him?
Yeah.
Sano's like the best person to go with. He just goes.
He said,
yeah.
Yeah. He's always endangered of a
We don't
wildcat
wanna-
attack, though.
Pick up the right, like, but nonchalantly go the direction where people
So
can
would you like to know his message? Because he was communicating in shadow speak, which
Okay,
is
yeah.
a hand language.
Happy birthday, Dimble.
What was the message?
Your cakes and
I'm a rogue too! Even the shadows serve the sun.
Very cryptic.
He starts singing in shadows.
Which Dimble knows is code for to meet him at dark.
Okay.
Or he will meet you at dark. So
He's like,
Then we're staying put.
since you've never used shadow speak before, I'll guide you. So the response to that message would be like to give him a hint as to where you're staying.
I know what I would say.
Your
But I'm
mom's
not
house.
allowed.
I kind of do this and say this. What star?
Sunstorm.
Sandflower.
Sandstar? Or is it sand?
I think it's sandflower.
Sandflower.
Sand. I would say sandflower and then kind of nod my head back towards the end behind us.
Okay. You see him look, and then he like fades away.
Where the sun meets the
I'll just kind of stay but blended in the crowd then.
Okay.
Sano's now confused on where he's supposed to be going.
So, keep in mind that Dimble should be extremely confused by this because he was told where most of the Shadowwalkers were working, and he was never told that one was here.
Yeah.
You guys should also be surprised when you were told that there had been other Sunwalkers here. as
Yeah,
well.
right? That's a little weird.
Okay, so now we'll jump back to the five of you who were perusing the available wares.
I feel sick when I say that. out
The
loud.
five of us or the three of us?
It was five.
1, 2.
Ouch,
It
Jeremy.
was
It was
Alex's
us four
character.
and Alora.
Yeah.
Alara, Brudall.
Brudall was there.
Yes.
No, I did not know Brudall.
No,
He was hanging behind you.
Okay,
Yeah.
Were there
Staring
dead
menacingly.
slaves?
The moment,
So it was a living room?
so the moment we leave
Out of your
the
character sheet.
main front door,
Because there's about to be a body. As the beam falls on him. Crunch.
so as we leave, I kind of grasp Oglen by the shoulder and like, quickly follow me, I need your help.
First roll was an 11.
And I go to the side of the building where there's a bit of an alley, a dark corner, and I turn to Oglen and I say, Oglen, stand behind me and keep a lookout. And I face the wall, and I promptly throw up against it.
Oof. And I'm keeping an eye.
Nah, you don't get to roll. I have to give you the Constitution save. I need a DC 19 Constitution save.
19.
Wait. Truegar, a grizzled veteran, would throw up at the sight
That's
of
true. It's a
slaves.
DC 12. He's literally seen people chopped up.
So
And
I'm not sure how you write this down.
yeah, you good.
You good? Dry heaves.
He dry heaves. He doesn't actually throw up.
Dry heaves. After the noises that a man would make after dry heaving, you hear, Oglen, we need to do the most good with what we have.
Agreed.
2,500 gold, 150 platinum.
Right.
Hey,
Quietly
roll
whispering.
religion.
Oh, womp. I think that's going to be like a 6. No, 8. Big old 8.
Yeah. You're not sure why, but you felt drawn to one of the spellcasters.
Okay. Yeah. That was,
These are people that
yeah,
are not with us.
I agree. It sounds like.
It's almost as if like somebody is like,
No, so see
you know,
the
like when
people
somebody
stand
physically turns your head because they want you to look at something. It's almost what it felt like.
Okay. And Oglen knows which one of the spellcasters. All right. Yeah.
I was trying to keep my ears out, and thank you for managing that interaction. I don't think I'd have been able
I'd have picked it up so many
to
times.
hold it together. But it sounds like we might be able to solve our security issue by getting a few of those sword swinging folks to come along. But then, like you said, I think we should try to get as many as we can. But I'm getting a strange urge to get that one in there. And Oglen points through a window towards the specific arcane slave that he's got that feeling about. And like, I feel like this one might be the reason we're here today.
It would make sense for your intractable, sudden urge.
I know that'll be more expensive, but I'd like to at least get this one.
I know
Eventually, Matteo and I make our way over too because we were trying to communicate with you.
And the moment you guys are here,
So at
we'll create a huddle.
that point in the conversation, you guys walk up and you catch the tail end of what Oglen said.
Why we're here today.
Yeah.
And while this brutally efficient math is probably going to make me dry heave again, 500 for the arcane user that you feel compelled.
Right.
1,500 for the 8 fighters to protect that one, as well as another 500 for the bulk buy and the untrained. So the ones we're leaving behind are the field work. But I believe that for the 2,500 gold that we have, your 1 arcane, your group of fighters, and then the bulk buy / untrained is 2,500 gold. And I believe that can do the best good that we can do.
Yeah, about that, guys, you need a
Can I
permit.
see your list so I can make a note?
Yes.
You need a permit to buy these slaves.
Bulk buy, 500, and then the untrained, we had to buy them together for
Need a
500.
slave buyer's
The
permit,
field, which I'm promoting.
Oh, this is all.
and you go to the
Yeah, every one of
cashier's
the
office,
people in these two groups are untrained.
and that's the only way you
Oh, okay.
can
They're
legally
new-ish.
purchase the slaves.
But either way,
It's
it's
just
fine.
one group has actually been trained for domestic.
And this guy I talked to at the $3 slave, or 3 gold. I keep saying dollar. Jesus, 3
is
gold
dollar?
slaves. It's apparently they're magically bound to you, so they obey your will command, and they don't get sent anywhere.
Oh, I see.
You tell them to go somewhere, and they go somewhere. But
I see.
I don't know how sentient they are in that state that they have to obey.
I wonder if they can be even complex commands like once you see the gates of our hometown, you are now free.
Maybe a few of them, but I don't know. This magic seems really strong.
And
Why don't you just trick the magic?
Oh, why
Sure,
don't
math
you just
might be
fix
off.
the weave? It's not an easy thing to do.
27.
I command you
I was
to act of
essentially
your
this-
own
this
free will.
Field work one is its group that I was
That'd be a
omitting
good
from the
start.
purchase.
But that can't
okay.
ensure their safety.
So you can ask.
Why
So the
don't
field work
we
we're gonna just not buy.
have them go to our associate, Jensen, and we'll say that you're going to be under the charge of Jensen, and let him handle it from there.
I don't think you could do that.
he is the expert.
No, I
I
don't
don't think
answer
you could
questions.
transfer
He's being
ownership.
stupid. Go ahead.
Did you say I'm being stupid? Dimble dies.
Dimble dies. It's about
All right, we're going back to the in between.
There we go.
I don't know who he is.
No.
Part of the story.
No. You didn't ask it fast enough.
Boo. She's never gonna want to come back.
I'm just messing with you. What's your question? Too slow.
Stop.
Stop.
Go in your bed.
I can't help it.
Okay, it's part of the story. Why are we buying slaves just to set them free?
So you're addressing.
Why are you
them.
asking me?
You're not asking Gordon. You're asking.
Yeah, you're asking.
Oh,
You're
yeah.
asking the other players.
Oh,
yeah.
Oh, yeah.
So she wants to
Yeah.
roleplay, not ask. a
Yeah.
question.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, well then definitely do that. Definitely do that.
Definitely.
So
No, ask us
so,
that.
So you need to ask. You need to ask those guys that, right? So you need to ask Brudall, Oglen, Thorin, and Truegar that question. Okay.
It was an open question.
Yeah.
Now you're
But
too
you're-
slow. I'm
you're
not gonna
with-
answer that.
If you direct questions, at
If you
Gordon,
look at me and ask me a question, I assume that it's a question for me as the DM.
Yeah.
Like a game.
he's not an actual
Yeah.
character
Yeah.
in this.
Like,
role playing
hey
just
Gordon, can
addressed
I
and
use
talked to
green
them
flame blade? Like, you'd be like, no, you're Thorin. You can't do that.
Yeah, so you.
Yeah.
Why are we buying slaves just to set them free?
Are we there yet?
Brudall's going to
Back
lean
alley.
into you and just kind of whisper.
Not
like,
just yet. I think she
Eh.
wanted to do this a little bit ago, but was asking Justin. Am I right?
Yeah, this is kind of like while they're outside discussing.
Yeah. So this is
trying to figure out.
this is as you guys are walking to them. You're not quite there yet. So this is taking place just before you and Truegar were talking.
Okay.
There's such a thing. As
And how loud is your character being?
Not very loud.
Okay.
So Brudall's gonna lean into you and kind of whisper. There's a lot of things to the world that don't always make sense on the surface. Just play along for now, and I'll get you there.
It's like it's a regional thing. There's like you don't slave, so like it seems wrong. Yes.
So for your character, the best way to approach this would be thinking of it like if you were a really little kid, where they're constantly asking why, how come, that kind of stuff, right? Because this is a foreign concept to you in the grand scheme of things. Because the person who raised you wasn't actually your mother, it was a house slave, right?
Well, you didn't tell me that.
No, I'm making it up now.
We're making all this up.
We're making
right
it
now.
up. I didn't tell
It's to
you
give
this.
more depth to the character, because your character might not view the concept of slavery the same way everybody else did because of who took care of her.
I'm gonna look.
Maybe I do too much of the making people think thing.
I'm gonna look towards Thorin and Oglen and say, we are in unknown territory, so do not refer to what we plan to do. Refer to what they think we're doing.
That's right. We just need the extra help.
What are we thinking of doing again?
I like it.
So did you have a follow-up question to what he said? Don't be afraid. You can't do anything wrong right now except for get everybody killed.
But you're not that.
He's
so-
used
Wow,
to
you don't have to accept the simple wait and see.
Yeah, you don't have
could
to
be like
accept that.
This is just a foreign concept to me. I've never known this. My father owned slaves, so
To my friends here, this is a foreign concept to them. And have there ever been a slave that your father owned that you liked? They were a nice person.
yeah, a slave kind of raised me. A house slave.
You would want to see that slave happy, right?
Yeah.
That's all we're doing. We're making these slaves that we think we like to be happy. That's the best way I can put it for you.
Are you satisfied with that answer?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. So now the conversation between Oglen and Truegar happens, and then you guys walk up at the tail end of what Oglen said.
Yeah, we went through that.
Yeah. That's the reason we're here today.
Yeah.
And then you can free RP. Are you and Sano still just kind of chilling, or did you go to meet them?
Yeah, I used Godspeak. Like, how's it going in there?
Okay.
And then back. Pretty good. I think we got a plan here that will not only free as many folks as we can, but also keep them safe on the way back. So
There is a group in there of fighters, and we can use them to protect.
He's
the
not
escort.
speaking. You can't talk.
Oh, yeah.
yeah.
Sorry. That's right.
Stare at you emptily.
Yeah, right.
You just went and ate something, so I'm just like, oh, you just.
The only thing left now is to make sure that they have food and water enough to make their way back. Maybe a few weapons for the fighting swords, but shouldn't be too much. We've got enough to use all of the.
Alright, just tread carefully.
That I have
Continue.
here. All right, and so Truegar's got the plan, and then Ash, you said that we need to swing by an SIER's office or something like that to get a legal permit to conduct this transaction. Any idea where that is? Because I suppose we should do that before we continue.
I was not given a direction on directions at all. So I guess we'll just have to ask someone. I can go pretend to be the young naive slave trader that I am and just ask for one to save face for you guys who I'm sure you built yourself up as experienced slavers now.
Yeah, and if we're going to do this long term, we are going to need someone who can act as, the official face of this operation. So, if you're open to it, I can help fund your permit.
I don't think me, you, or Dimble should legally own one.
Yeah, that's probably not a bad idea.
Let's make.
I think it'd be fine. To be honest. I think it'd be fine to be honest.
Considering what it is for.
What you're doing with it is what matters.
Let's make Matteo sign up in his.
I didn't agree that. We can't do the short person thing, right?
Oh yeah, I forgot his.
I think
Brew, make it
I
Brew.
pulled the short person card. I'm short. I can't do it.
Put the permit under.
I thought it'd just be funny to pin it on you.
Oh yeah.
Roll history.
17.
You do remember Brudall announcing himself to some random dude as a bounty hunter.
Okay. Yeah, make Brudall.
In the city, I mean. He did it in the city.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
What you meant. Yeah, then I type up with Brudall's name. Yeah, maybe Bruce should do it then.
Alright.
The majority of the tall people. Well, I saw how Truegar reacted. Sano's pretty. I mean, he could play the bodice song that doesn't know what he's doing. See, he doesn't know what he's doing. And I'm scared for myself owning a slave owning contract.
Well, I understand.
And Brew has the background.
I can handle this.
And he can handle it.
Alright. Well, I appreciate you stepping up here, Bruce.
So we have complete, utter 100% confidence that you will complete this mission successfully.
Brew just did the D&D equivalent of "I'll be right back."
I'll be right back. Yeah, that's right.
I mean, my
I viewed it more as hold my beer.
Yeah, right. So, Oglen hands you the rest.
And I was like, oh no.
So Oglen hands you the rest of his own personal money, which was just 47 gold. So he still
Thorin's
has
piping
the,
up. My only problem is that we just spent the last couple minutes telling that Truegar was going to buy these. And now we're all of a sudden going to be like, no, he's not actually going to do it. It's going to be that guy.
He could be the representative.
Truegar and I are associates. We work together.
They work together in the place.
All right.
But it's a good concern to raise.
Hey,
Gotta make sure we get our story
Just
straight.
not trying to
he
raise
never
any
said his
mischief.
name. He could be Brudall for all they know. If it's under his name, and he buys them, he never said his name was Truegar. They don't know what his name is.
Yeah,
It's true, I can make my name whatever I want it to be.
yeah. That is true.
I could make my own name.
Either way, we get the permit, we make the transaction, and then we leave.
Yeah, and if we can find that Elven Academy along the way, perhaps we can.
Wait, we leave. We still have stuff to do.
Well, leave.
Leave.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, leave.
And people seem
what
to
we're
be
gonna do.
getting a piece of paper there and then walking away.
Leave the building, go do our business, and then
You're not sure of what it is.
I'm gonna just walk over to it.
Okay.
See what's going on.
So Sano just walks away.
Yeah.
All right.
I mean, this is pretty like.
He walks,
He's not like,
into the forest.
he's not really far, he's not that far from you guys.
Yeah,
He's like 25 feet
I'm
away.
gonna go hunting for something to eat.
There's a small little office
Oh, okay.
off the side of the building. And
Gordon,
you notice
I want
people
to ready
getting something and
banishment.
walking away.
Oh, okay, sweet. So we might be close.
Okay.
In case he doesn't think.
So, what do you do when you walk up?
I just walk up and I'd just like to roll perception to see if I can hear any conversations that are going on.
Roll perception.
I know it's
You hear blah 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 blah.
Yeah, right?
Blah 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 blah.
It's like when SpongeBob goes to the rock bottom place.
Yeah. So
Though, roll history. Let's see if you paid any attention at all to the paper that Ash was shown.
16.
Yeah, re-roll it. It's too high.
I don't like it when you win.
The papers that people are getting look very much like the paper that the gnome showed me. Except this guy actually looks official. He's got like his stamp back there and everything.
Oh, man.
Like he has a quill and ink and.
Okay. I just go grab brew and just. There's the assayers. There's an office over there.
Well, why are you looking at me?
Oh no. There's an office over there where people are getting papers.
A paper office.
A paper office.
The most insidious kind.
There's bureaucracy happening there.
No.
Do you know what the papers are for?
They look like the papers that Ash was shown earlier.
Okay, we're making sense here. I'm gonna, before I walk over there, I'm gonna look at. Actually, I'm just gonna look at the whole group. I need to know of you all who knows the most languages, because none of us understand their language.
I mean, I know Giant.
Besides Drawing, I don't feel like anyone here will know Drawing.
How loud are you being?
I'm
Super
being
loud.
pretty.
Yeah, it's brutal.
Yeah, I'm being pretty normal voice.
Okay, yeah, you're being loud. It's Brudall. He doesn't have any other volume. None that I've experienced yet.
Only 4.
I do have a subtle.
So the guy that was escorting you around showing you, and he looks over and he says, "You said you need a translator."
Yeah, just.
And it's like broken. It's like broken Alcarian. Like almost like language that he, the whole time he was talking to you, it wasn't like fluent. It was like rough. And he said, I got one of those in here. And he walks away for a minute and he comes back holding
That's brutal.
It's like a
I
middle-aged.
never wrote for Brudall to understand Okarian.
I can understand.
Well,
so I can
if you
take over.
didn't, they do.
Okay.
Yeah. You've got like 4 or 5 other people in the party who are from the Empire. He comes back holding it looks like a middle-aged woman in her 40s maybe. And he speaks to her in his blah 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 blah. And she speaks in crystal clear Alcarian. And she says, he said you need a translator?
That is correct, ma'am.
She looks at Truegar. And she takes a deep sigh and she says, my purchase is 500 gold. Rental services are 10.
What other languages do you speak?
1,000.
I speak 73 languages.
Wow.
We're not
So
paying
like-
for
Okay,
all
see-
of them.
I was gonna say, okay.
She speaks in perfect Sylvan.
And I respond, would you like to get out of here?
She is prevented from answering, but you don't know how or why.
She wants to go back to your place.
Oh
You want to get out of here?
Let's get your fucking guts out of the gutter. I have a husband, okay?
Yeah, you're
For
right.
fuck's
You're right.
sake.
You're right.
Terrible joke to make.
Was
You took the L there.
when we started speaking to Sylvan, did the main trader space change at all?
No, you get the sense that maybe he's used to people testing her knowledge. Like testing her languages.
Ooh, Truegar, ask if she speaks Halfling.
We will get to that.
Or you could do it yourself.
I'm gonna say to you
I
in
can't, I'm a short
Orcish.
person.
In what?
I'm gonna say to you in Orcish.
Hmm.
How much for us to bring her with us just to get this done?
And in Orcish, she responds 10 gold.
And in Orcish, I respond to you, 10 gold for rent, 500 for buy.
Just loving this right here in Orcish.
She doesn't react at all to that. She definitely looks dejected. Like she's just given up on everything.
We would like to rent her services for translation.
Okay. It's going to be 10 gold, and she can't leave the property.
When you say the property,
She can't leave the slave market.
Just
little,
the building?
The little yard out there, this building, or the other places she can go.
Understood.
Magic will prevent her from going further than that.
And then Sano's like, what about that office?
That's in the yard.
Okay.
And the guy holds his hand out for 10 gold.
And I give it to him.
He pockets it, and he in their language he commands her to follow you, and she bows to him and starts following close to Truegar's heel.
translator acquired.
All with that taken care of, I feel us four should go over there to the paper office.
To acquire purchase and paper.
Are there any clerics in the group right now?
None.
I don't think so.
Roll religion.
Who?
Oglen, because Oglen used to be a cleric.
Yeah, one hot minute ago. 18.
You get some strange divine magic feelings from her.
Interesting.
Oglen. Is this the one that Oglen was compelled originally? No? Okay. Oglen, I would like to make an addition to the plan that I discussed to you. That would have all 250 of platinum gone. I would like to include this translator.
All right.
In our master stroke plan. I understand that it will be cutting into your total platinum, but I would be happy to include what I have. And instead of storing my plate armor, I'd like to sell my plate armor to help include this lady back to Lyeska.
You know why? This armor means a lot to me, but what kind of Sunwalker would I be if I valued this piece of metal more than these lives? So
I'm not asking you to sell yours. I'm sure that what I'm wearing will more than cover that scumbag's asking price. I'm just letting you know that my armor will not be stored with your armor.
All right. Well, I've already given all that I had. If I had more, I'd add it to it. But maybe some of these other folks would pitch in as well. I appreciate your offering this.
I have a nice looking dagger I can sell.
And I have a coin from the Planetar, but I don't quite feel that's necessary just yet.
I have a staff, but if anyone else holds it, they explode. So
It's not quite true.
I know he simplified.
If they attempt to take it,
they explode.
They explode, and the staff goes away. Wow. Handing it to somebody is different.
What if somebody with pure intentions goes, "Oh, that's a cool looking stick," and picks it up?
I think the intent behind it is they have to be meaning to take it.
That's a distraction. Apologies. Okay, so after we have acquired the certificate, I would like to go to the nearest armor monger, and then we come back to accomplish this particular mission.
I'm gonna come with you, and as long as Matteo comes with me, I need to find that Rana currency.
Oh, the exchange.
Are they walking past Dimble at this point discussing
How much was it?
No, I've not moved.
No, they're still all standing there, and and you've noticed them standing there for a while. So.
I walk over.
Okay.
Well, guys, you're drawing attention. Just standing out.
Yeah, Matteo, come on.
We'll discuss.
Well, okay, I'm a liar. Truegar and the translator are walking to the little booth.
Okay.
I can't help it.
We'll discuss shopping plans afterwards. We all need to get stuff. We'll stay as a group to go shop.
And the first thing we should purchase is that certificate.
Agreed.
Well, that's after. Speaking of after this is done.
Understood. Okay. So we had to purchase a certificate, and then we put it to the market.
Brudall, you're up.
Now point in a direction like you're showing me something.
Nice.
So you walk over to the booth, and the
Dimble
person
walks
behind
the
the booth looks at
direction
you
that
starts
they're
speaking
pointing to.
in their language, and she nods to him, and she looks at you, and in Alkarian, she says, he wants to know what you intend to do with the slaves you buy. Do you plan to trade, or are you buying for personal use?
Buying for personal. In Sylvan, I say buying for personal use. Oh no. Sorry, take it back. Tell him that we are buying for personal use. We have.
So everyone who is within earshot heard her ask that question in Alkarian before he responded in Sylvan.
Okay.
Tell him
Maybe he's
that
trying to
we are
steal
purchasing for personal use because we have an estate that needs manning. I don't use finger quotes in real life, Jesus. That we are hoping to fill with personnel for duties. And then I look at Brudall and
Roll
I say,
performance or deception. You can pick.
Perception.
well, the reason I did it in Sylvan.
Deception. Wow.
Deception. The reason I did
You
it
said performance or deception. and they
the reason
find-
I said
Oh.
in Sylvan,
Shut up, Sam.
tell them to
I
say
think that
this.
I said
Yeah.
So I wish to performatively, essentially,
Persuade?
letting her know that what I'm telling you to tell him is more or less a lie.
Yeah, right.
Tell him.
Oh, then you can choose to fail then,
Okay.
if you want.
Yeah, then I will choose to fail.
Cool, she knows.
Mhm.
So she looks at you for a second longer than is necessary. Like, an unusually long amount of time after you finish speaking before she turns and looks at the man and says, in their language, a thing that you don't understand.
I
I
love it so much.
And then he says something else, and she looks at you, and she says, he wants to know if you'll be keeping them in the city on an estate, or if you'll be leaving the city.
Leaving the city.
She responds, and they do their blur 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 thing again, and she looks at you and says, he wants to know what name you would like the permit registered in.
Tell him to stand by while I converse with my colleagues.
She looks at you really oddly, and you get the sense that maybe you shouldn't do that.
Okay.
Brudall's gonna lead forward, just like hoping you'll intune him in the conversation at some point.
There we go. Pushes it forward a little bit.
Brudall.
So she looks at you, and she looks at the ground, and in very quiet Sylvan, almost like like somebody who's in trouble might respond, like they've been chastened or something. She says, "You should do it. They respond better to humans here than anyone else."
All right.
So I look at the person that the monger that we're talking to, and I say in my slowest Alcarian that I can, Bengals band.
Okay, let's go Cincinnati.
Okay, you're probably about to lose a hand
Oh no.
Okay.
from the magic
Wait.
because you're gonna have to sign this piece of paper.
So lying is bad. All right.
So lying is bad. Okay. Clear. False scar.
False scar, false liver.
False scar, false heart.
Truegar. Fine. Sign my name, Truegar.
Okay. He hands you the paper, and she says he wants 25 gold for the processing fee.
I am 25.
He takes it. And as disgusting as the paper is in your hand, you feel a sense of exhilaration at what you can do with it.
Can I recognize this exhilaration as magical in nature?
No, I mean like personal exhilaration. Like you're about to take this piece of paper and do good things with it.
Yes.
Exhilaration.
And then do bad things to it.
And it will not be thwarted by the forces of evil. Don't you do it, Gordon. Don't you fucking dare.
We'll see.
The other one that the gnome offers, like.
Turns out all the slaves are just the lizard man in disguise.
And now we have to fight 45
No!
It's all in unison at the same time.
Who the wizard man is.
It's a demon. We met a road demon that beat us all up.
Yeah, a lot of things that keep saying.
Yeah.
Inside.
Callbacks to old stuff.
Yeah. Reminiscent
Don't
of
worry, the
olden
best
days.
feeling is when you start being part of those callbacks.
Yeah, that's right. Bring it on,
Not all of
you.
them.
Not all of them, though.
Before you, the last two people that we picked up on the side of the road was a lizard man who tried to kill us all,
Turned out
and
to be
a potion guy who turned him into hook hands.
Yeah.
I'm having a really
We're not
hard
having
time
best
finding
luck.
Professor
people
Maximilian
on the side of the
Dimble.
road
Yeah.
in the D&D world.
Yeah.
Yeah. You gotta use
Like,
his
you know,
name. Use
you
his
know,
name
I
by
hope
one of the
I'm
in the
better.
Patreons.
Greek pantheon,
Say
Hermes was
I
considered
hope I'm
the god
better.
of...
You are.
Med-
You are.
Okay.
Yeah.
Maybe
So
one of
far
the
now
gods
have
of knowledge.
You have not actually caused us any harm.
You want to create an NPC?
I
I may have
Join
to
our
make
forum.
If
I
you
mean,
don't
but-
come to next session and Gordon's in charge of your
You can just
character,
make one
then
up.
we'll
call
be
it,
scared.
call it legal.
When Gordon says, alright.
I might actually have one
45.
already.
I'll be
Oh,
like,
okay.
Also,
Whenever
I just
Gordon
want to
touches
point
the
out
dice, I
that
just kinda,
whenever
like,
they're like
cringe a
talking, you're
little
like
bit.
burp, 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 burp. All I'm thinking is like Murlocs talking to each other.
Oh, yeah, there you go.
That's not like you're just like, and then they talk, and I'm like, are we dealing with Murlocs?
Yes.
I really can't come up with like any other I know I'm holding you guys up, but I'm looking for something. real
That's
quick.
fine.
You're good.
I just can't remember where I put it in my.
Oh my god, he fucking did.
Oh, there it is.
In the meanwhile, we'll all just crowd around Oglen and go, nightmare, nightmare, nightmare!
No!
Sure, nothing bad can happen from
So
that.
when we're talking, it's like the characters communicating. If we want to say something not actually pertaining to the game, normally it's making a joke. This is not actually in
Yeah.
character.
Anything we say with our fingers raised like this aren't taken as canon.
Oh,
Can't be
I
used against
absolutely
us.
did.
Yeah.
Oh, that's going to be interesting. I didn't even
Yeah, like if
consider
I do, you smell bad today, Sano. Like if I did that, it's not in character. But if I did it now, then it would be.
If you
So
did
I
one
noticed
now.
how he didn't say it.
Yeah, because I didn't want to.
Yeah.
Didn't
I've
wanna
been
hurt his
trained.
feelings.
I've been conditioned.
Like, one of the callbacks is when Ash shot his horse in the back of the head, and he was just like, shoot my horse!
And he forgot.
Because he didn't put his fingers up, Gordon put it as, that's what his character did.
It's like the one rule that I hardcore follow is if you say something and your hand's not up, I'm going to use it against you. Like when you shoot your horse in the back of the head.
For a meme.
Yeah, and they
It
were all
was
like,
a good meme though. It's a pretty good meme.
The best part of that was the look on his face when he realized he didn't put his hand up. So she is following you around still, and she says to you that, and still in Sylvan, that until you leave the property, she is under your service. That she's to assist you
For how long?
until you leave the property. Until you leave the slave market.
And if the slave market closes at a certain time, I'm forced to leave, and therefore you're back to okay.
Yep.
Well, I will not be leaving the property because the moment I do that, we're no longer in our service, but I will need to leave the property to sell my armor.
I can always take it.
It's actually not a bad idea, thank you.
I got a knife to sell, so.
Okay. Miss, this is incredibly rude, but I do not know your name. If I could have your name.
Slave.
Slave one.
Thank you.
We're not allowed to give our names because it can cause
She's
emotional
a slave, and
attachments.
she speaks Sylvan Slaven.
It is a terrible joke. And you really need to stub a pinky.
Oh no, he did
Oh.
it. He did it.
absolute mad lad.
Oh.
Better?
No. Somehow that was worse.
You
Oh.
should know that's how we do things.
Jesus. Sam. You're not okay.
So, Truegar, you're just gonna take it.
No, he's really not okay. He's choking.
Oh no, save him.
Qualified in CPR. Anyway,
So you're gonna take the 10 minutes to take your armor off?
yes.
Just in the middle of the change
With
block?
help.
What about
Sano.
Oglen?
I can help him out.
No, I mean, is Oglen also taking his armor off?
Oglen wants to store his own.
Are you storing your armor or are you
Storing it.
rolling with Truegar and selling?
I think I'm gonna store it unless we have to sell it. You know, like if we don't earn enough from selling his.
Okay.
So Gordon's like, now I know.
Now I know. I'll buy this armor for 499 gold pieces. Son of a bitch.
We left that permit person's office, right?
So with help, I'm now just in plain clothes.
Okay.
We weren't
In my,
tweeting,
and
though.
you're carrying the armor?
Yeah.
Just by yourself? You're going to go by yourself to a place and carry this armor and try to sell it to somebody that doesn't understand you and you don't understand them?
Hopefully Dimble will come with me because we're assigned to each other.
You can attempt to.
Well, I think we should finish our transaction here and then we'll go buy stuff.
Right,
We have to.
What if
Outside
we
of
need
the
it for
slave
the-
market for more gold.
what
I
if
mean,
we
I
wish?
wish, but the moment
To get
You could attempt.
to be able to afford the translator.
What if we
I
buy her
misunderstand.
and then she helps us through the city?
the moment I
and
leave,
then we come back
I can
after
no
we
longer-
It's
sell
because
it,
of what you
buy
paid.
the others, and then send them on their
so if
way.
I
You pay 10 gold, so that's like slave market usage. he only gave you 2 prices. That doesn't mean you couldn't rent her services
For like
traveling the city for
service.
more gold. Yeah.
I see.
I'm gonna ask the translator lady in just Alkarian, where can I go to exchange this Rana? Do you know by chance? Have you?
And she points to the little booth.
I
The
go-
Sayer's office.
Convenient.
I go to the little booth, and I agree.
She
to
looks
put
at
some work-
Truegar and asks for permission to go with Ash.
Is it
With a crestfallen look on my face, I give her permission.
She walks over with you. And she asks how much Rana you have.
2 of these bags. I don't know the contents anymore. I don't remember how
You
much.
should not
You
have
hand
said
them
that.
to her?
No,
You
wait.
should not have said
There was
that.
one.
No, I want to hand it to the person that's dealing the exchange. That's actual.
That's her. She's the one that's going to speak.
No, the person that exchanges the money.
Are
Okay.
you telling
Oh,
me
the
this
employee.
is what you're doing?
Doing it
What
on
Gordon
your
is
behalf.
saying is that the person who handles the exchange won't be able to understand a single word you say.
So she's going to
And
translate.
the
for you.
translator is going to take it.
So
and
she's
speak
waiting to
for
see
you.
what you want her to do.
Yeah. I
Right.
thought you already just
Ashley,
translated.
are you telling anyone else this is what you're doing?
I asked in Alkarian around all you guys, where can I go to exchange? And then I went over with her, and
Right.
she has permission. I think you guys can see where I'm going.
So she looks at the guy at the counter and she points to the 2 bags that you're holding. And he
And
like,
then before he goes off, Dimble's going to tell Ash to take his as well.
Okay, so that's 3 bags now.
okay.
And Matteo's gonna look at Dimble and say, "Don't take the first. Tell him not to take the first offer. He's gonna lowball."
It's 2,500 wrong
Okay, that should be the same for all of them.
per bag.
So
I hope you don't assume the exchange rate is 1 for 1.
Yeah, right.
Because it's not.
I go to the Asir's office and I hold up the 3 bags that I have and say, tell him to have.
He
it
holds
on.
out his hand.
Just one
Like,
for all
like
3.
his hands are like
Okay.
So
that.
you should have 5,000 altogether.
If there's 3 bags, it should be
3
7,500.
bags of 75.
Yeah, 75, sorry.
And he says something. He asks her something, and they're and she looks at you and says he wants to know if it's okay that he opens the contents to count their value.
I say back in Arcarian, is it normal that I say yes?
She nods,
Say yes back.
and she tells him, and he starts opening and counting. And then she looks at you and says, "It's procedure that when you give a sealed bag to for an exchange, that they have to ask permission to open it."
Okay.
And he looks up and you see he's got it like split up into each one's a value, and he says some blur, 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 blur to her, and she looks at you and says, "He's offering you 2,000 gold."
Wait, how much Rana does he says in that?
And she asks, and he answers, and she says 7,500.
I don't think that's right, is it? How much he's giving us? Isn't that kind of low?
She looks at him and asks, and he says something again, and he says that the value of Rana has fallen because of the hostilities that the Conaphate have begun to interact with, so people aren't taking the currency.
Okay, so don't tell him this, but me to you. I'm new here. Is this true? Did this happen?
Yes.
Okay, and you find this amount trustworthy to accept? I'm not getting scammed here, am I?
Roll persuasion. How much does she like Ash?
Please a lot. Please a lot.
Oh, only a 7.
She's
Finish
Ash.
him.
Well,
I haven't done anything wrong, but the dice just...
well, let's not talk about the natural 1 that I rolled.
Would you like bountiful?
Yes.
Yes, please. Hey, we all saw the 3.
No,
We
no,
all saw it.
we
We
saw
all
both
saw
of them.
it.
We saw both.
The dice don't lie good.
Well, I re-rolled it because it landed on my shirt.
Okay.
But oddly enough, it still rolled a 3.
Still
so.
rolled a 3.
Yeah.
So, she says, it's a fair offer. It might be the best you'll get for those outside of the Conaphate.
Tell him I'll take it.
And she does and communicates, and he hands you a piece of paper. You can't read a word that's on it. And it looks to be a receipt. And then he hands you one of the bags back. with some platinum pieces and a couple of gold pieces. Actually, it's just 20. I guess it would actually be a fairly large bag. It would be 200 platinum pieces.
Okay. I'll go back to Truegar. Right, I got your money right here. You don't need to go sell nothing.
That is incredibly generous. Thank you.
Well, I better exchange it now before it drops even more. What better thing to spend it on?
Storing my armor.
That was the wrong answer. It was freeing the slaves.
I bet.
Create more slaves.
So should we accomplish this mission before we load up on supplies for this desert trip? Should we send these slaves
Back
to our estate down south before we do anything else?
Do I feel that compulsion that I did earlier? That it has to happen now?
Yes.
It has to happen now.
Then it will happen now. Let's go. Wait a minute. Math. 250 platinum is accounted for.
Right.
I only wanted 500 more gold for this translator. That leaves us with 1,500 more.
Yep.
What do you propose we do with that 1,500 more?
Supply money.
Gamble.
Supply money. Supply money. Yes, I agree. But make Sam play 3-dragon ante the whole time.
More arcane users?
Did you hear that?
We can keep this as a surplus, and then we go around, finish our shopping. Whatever we have left, we dump into whatever catches our eye.
Understood. We keep the same plan as before, but we have added
Oglen
the
is
translator.
satisfied with what they're accomplishing.
All
He
right,
doesn't. He does not feel the need to spend everything.
Spend every coin.
let's make this transaction.
Okay.
Doesn't he? 1 percentile.
Original plan with the added
1%
translator.
off.
So that is a grand total of 3,000 gold being spent.
78.
He's fine.
250 platinum and 500 gold.
Needed a 99 to be fine. Okay, so do you go look for the guy?
Yes, I do.
Okay. So after a minute, you find him. You find him with like another customer, and you wait for a moment. And he walks over and says, "Have you decided?"
I have.
Okay, what can we get for you today?
Is there a place we can more privately talk? Because I wish to purchase quite a lot, and I do not wish for distractions.
Not really. I don't really have an office or anything. I kind of just do all my business here.
Okay.
Let's talk in one of these cells.
No, God's making rain.
We
Touch
would
this
like to.
spot and then walk inside.
We would like to collectively purchase. Well, not collectively. Here's my certificate.
Okay, he takes it from you and looks it over and hands it back. Says, "All right, it looks genuine, new but genuine."
The Fighting Band. The 500 gold's worth of the bulk buy and the untrained. The single arcane user, and Oglen, are you going to point out which particular cage it was?
And he points to the one.
That
Okay.
particular arcane user. And this translator here by my side.
Really? She impressed you that much with her?
The last time I was able to speak the language that you heard me speak earlier was, I don't know how long ago, but it's very refreshing to be able to
It was
speak
a
it
few
again.
days ago when we were in the place we drew.
He was a dick.
Oh yeah, that was someone else. Never
So,
mind.
Out of character, let me just make sure I got that. So the arcane caster, the 8 fighters, the 45 bulk,
Yeah.
and then the translator.
Yep. So that should be 3,000.
Oh yeah, you're right.
So wait,
Call him out.
were there 45 or 55?
Call him out right in front of this
45. It's
transaction.
20 and 25.
Okay.
So 20 quote unquote of that
Of the
500
house.
gold bulk buy was house, but it was like really like just bulk bottom of the barrel. Then there were 25. Actually, here you can take a look at this.
Okay.
So 20 bulk buy, which is completely untrained, and then you had house untrained.
You know what I would have said?
We're
All of
not
them.
buying.
Oh,
the
we're
full-
not getting those. That's
Yeah,
the ones I
that's
wrote
just
down.
We don't have. We now have enough money, but
But we're not getting them yet.
just yet. And then the
Or
8
maybe
fighters
all.
and the singular arcane caster and translator. So 3,000 gold total.
I'm not writing it down because my character's not over there participating in it. If you
Am
want
I
to write it down,
participating in this?
you can just write down they bought a lot of slaves if you want.
Yeah,
You don't
it
need
won't be
You're-
super
You're
important.
in the room, so I mean, if you wanted to write a note just so you knew how you felt about the situation.
So the best way to think about taking notes is is what's being said or discussed something your character would care about? And then, depending on what language they were speaking in, you might not even understand it.
Okay. So what
Yeah.
language were we speaking?
What language? Alkarian?
Alkarian, yeah.
You're speaking Alkarian, so you wouldn't actually understand what's being said.
But I would know we were.
You already know what their plans are. So if it was something your character cared enough about to remember, you could write it down.
Would that be something?
I don't know, would it?
I think.
You get to make this choice.
Yeah,
Like,
Like,
if you
for
cared
me-
enough to ask the question, you should go ahead and write
Yeah.
it down.
Like for me, what I gathered from all this is like buying translator, blah blah. Oh, she speaks a shit ton of languages. I hope she speaks giant. And that's what Thorin really cares about. Like the rest of it, he's like, okay, just keep your head down. But woo, I'm gonna be able to talk giant with someone.
There we go. And so Oglen
So that's a
holds-
for instance, as like what you might take away from something.
There you go.
So as Oglen's holding the coin out
To Truegar.
to Truegar, okay.
Yeah. He's got to keep in character.
How is Oglen doing it?
He's,
Like, is it deferentially? Like, is he looking down?
yeah. And he's,
Okay.
he's hiding the smile because he knows what they're.
You sure he's not hiding the fire burning?
Might be that.
Yeah.
Might be that though.
He's resisting the burning interdiction. So I take the sack of 250 platinum, and then I take the sack of 500 gold from Ash, and I place it into this living individual's grimy hands,
And he takes them and says, all right, well, follow me.
and I follow him.
And he says, I just need you. And he, like, looks around and he shouts, hey, come on over here. And you watch as someone comes over. Doesn't appear to be a slave. And he says, all right, I need you to rebind them to him. And he asks you to stand in a spot close to where all the slaves are. And the caster looks at you and says, we're going to have to do this for each of your purchases, if you don't mind.
I'm here all day.
And he begins, and it takes a few minutes to do each one. And then finally, at the caster, he's like, all right now, you're done. They have to obey you, or they might suffer a fate worse than death.
Okay.
Except he wasn't, like, entirely sure that anything could be worse than what they're doing right now.
And so that includes the arcane.
Yep, everything.
Okay. I give the caster who bound them all to me a curt nod and make my way out the building. But
So
before I do,
what is Truegar feeling right now?
anxiety, but also this is gonna
Like,
be
what's running through Truegar's mind?
the feeling of a child who's really looking forward to giving away his Christmas present to someone less fortunate than him.
Okay. So, the translator, after she's been rebound to you, looks at you and says, in Sylvan, still, because she has ascertained that you're the only one that speaks it near her, are you going to free all of them?
Every single one of them.
Even me?
Especially you.
You could do that now.
Yes.
Before leaving the building, you could do it.
Will that cause undue suspicion? Will the
No,
guards
you've purchased us already. They might not like it, but there's nothing they could do. It was a legal transaction.
The police state, and they're not going to hurt you for not breaking the law.
Sounds like mischief.
I very much want to, very badly, but can you emotionally wait until we are past the gates?
I have to do what I'm commanded to do under the bind.
That is a truthful answer you have given me.
I don't have a choice.
Mm-hmm.
No, you get the sense that she really doesn't have a choice but to be truthful with you. You specifically.
Yes. But I also know that
I
stating...
can't believe we're just watching this whole thing and Sylvan not saying anything.
Oh, there are definitely people watching. Like,
all just
like-
watching the exchange.
Thorin's
like,
pretty
this is
close,
odd.
and he wants to interject in a minute or two.
Aren't they speaking that fey language?
So she like steps back quickly and like dips her head, almost like she's just been yelled at. And she shuts up.
Everyone.
And that's where we're ending the session.
Okay.
Oh, man.
You
Oh, Lordy.
have no idea how close I came to actually just literally saying yes.
Yeah, you're all free. Yeah.
Just as a note, we might want her to stick around while we're doing her trading.
Every minute that she is under the bondage of slavery is a minute that my mouth tastes like someone's shitting in it.
Yeah, right?
So the sooner
That's
they
my
are
word.
free,
Yeah. It's like
Well,
that
you can't-
scene in
You can't
Django
release
Unchained
all of them in the
where
city.
the
Yeah.
character frees Django, but then is like, but it's a lot more convenient for me if you don't have any choice in the matter. So he invites him to be a bounty hunter with him at first. And it's like, ooh, more
that is my
dubious.
intention. Absolute freedom. If you wish to stay with our band,
Head to the guild
for
hall.
various
Right?
reasons, you can stay if you wish. Like if you wish to
Since
increase
you
your knowledge
bought
of her.
her, since you're her owner, I'll let you know who she is.
She's a level 5 wizard
That's
that
right.
tricked you all with her deception magic.
The library one. Oh, you don't know her name yet.
Oh, okay.
Because she hasn't told you that.
That's
That's
Her
out of
name
character.
is Mario.
So that's
Her
pretty
name
big deal.
was a
what you guys
Mario
did.
Mario or Luigi
Even
Mario?
beyond what Owen
Mario
wanted to do,
Mario.
I really didn't
The
think
woman
we
who
were gonna
knows a million
snag,
languages.
like, jump on that 500 gold.
I was willing to sell my armor for it. I mean,
I didn't think you guys were going to.
not that
You
big.
totally
of a,
wasted 20 gold.
Yeah, really. You should have bought it right from the
that
start.
wasn't that big of a sacrifice considering if I was planning on not taking armor. In the desert,
Yeah,
but
right.
It was still
That's what I was sitting over here thinking. It's like, why rent her then turn around and buy her?
Yeah.
post game.
I better have
Fuck,
plus
fuck, fuck.
100 reputation in the guild now.
Yeah, we got
I just gave you 5.